All right, we are cutting it close today. But we're online. We're good. Got the Leviathan coming up right now. Let's zip our happy asses over there. We'll get this boss done real quick. Then I actually have to go use the restroom. I was in such a hurry to get started because I woke up a little late that I forgot to use the restroom. That's okay. We're going to get this first boss out of the way. Then we're going to use the restroom. Then we're going to check and see if the epic bullshit is fixed so that I can actually play the epic bosses or whatever, maybe do the trial. We'll see. I doubt very much that the trial can even get completed by most people. So it may not be reasonable to try and do that. We might just have to kind of ignore it. We shall see. These are the only reasons I really would care to get into a guild would be, to have some people I could consistently do stuff like that with that I knew could actually complete it. Some people with a little higher gear score, a little more game knowledge. But that is the price you pay when you don't like grouping with other people very much. Sometimes you just gotta suck it up. Something else we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to look into fixing up the Discord and stuff. I think my Discord is finally not hacked. Was having a little trouble there for a while. We'll see. We're going to give it a couple more weeks, and if I don't see any issues, then I'll probably put some more work into the Discord. There are some things that can be done to connect StreamerBot to a Discord channel. And so I'm kind of interested just to see if maybe there's something I could do with the game. I'm kind of getting back into the idea of developing the game for the channel as well. So we're going to be putting some work in that. I have a lot of, I'm not just playing Throne and Liberty right now. When I'm not on stream, I am also playing Call of Dragons right now. And that takes up a lot of my outside of Throne and Liberty time. But it is something that can be easily second monitored. So I'm going to work that out, kind of organize my monitors and my computers and stuff, get that going sort of on a second screen, and then maybe get some work done on the boss fight game. Because if we're only streaming 7 hours a day, and I don't play Throne and Liberty outside of the stream, which I kind of don't need to, and Oh, playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Love those adorable little kitty cats. Is this a rape? Yeah, this is one of the bosses. They're not very hard because, uh, there's like 100 people in here, and they just beat this shit down, and it's pretty hilarious. Although this one's lasting longer than normal. Must get some weak motherfuckers in here. Alright, game. Give me an item. Just one fucking time, dude. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Just one time, give me an item. I don't really think that's too much to ask, you know? Yeah, the world bosses are cake, and so they don't have a choice except to be easy, right? Yeah, Call of Dragons is also a mobile game. It's super pay to win. I like uh, the server structure and stuff of those games. I like the idea of building up the cities and stuff like that. I wish I could find one of those games like Call of Dragons or Rise of Kingdoms that wasn't pay to win, because I think it would be just a phenomenal game. Um, but whatever. I play them free to play until they bore me, and I quit because I ain't about to spend any money on that shit. The entire game model of those games is designed to try and get you to spend money. They're just constantly flashing banners at you, and it's pretty funny. It is definitely not something I recommend. I just happen to like the way some of the systems are built together and stuff, and so I play. Crusader Kings. No, I have not. I don't own a phone, so I haven't played any of the ones that don't have like a PC port. I'm all this. I did get 3,000 or 2,000 stone yesterday. I went ahead and did some serious gathering. So we're going to make a bunch of slate. We're going to get ourselves leveled up here. We went and got some other resources and stuff as well. It all seems to be going all right. We just need to get to level 4 so that we can make quality slate. And then to level 8 so we can make rare slate. You don't actually have to get all this many. I want to buy arc raiders but no monies. I feel that, dude. I feel that. Although I don't actually want to buy arc raiders, so my life is a little less of a bummer there. Because I'm hella bad at those games. We're going to go into our character select screen here real quick. I want to go see if my items sold on my other character. Because I need that loosen, baby. Give me some of that. Come on now. Give me some of that. You suck, game. All right. So, like I said, I forgot to use the restroom. I was in too much of a hurry this morning, and I've really, really got to pee. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes here. I gotta go use the bathroom and get some water and do all those things that I normally do before I sit down because I woke up a little late today. So I'll be right back. Okay, we back. And we're ready. That was probably long enough that we can go ahead and reset all these. Yeah, nice. The fact that it only takes 4 minutes for this stuff is ridiculous. I mean, it's awesome, but it also makes life very hard. As you're trying to get things leveled up here. So I'm going to get another 40 here. So we're almost going to hit level 3. I definitely have enough. So every 600 should give me 1,000 XP, right? Because I'm getting, it costs 6 to make these. They get 10 XP. So every 60 is 100. So every 600 is 1,000. So I've got 2,000, almost, what, 2,300 or something available there. 2,600. So, you know, this one is only 617 XP to get to level 3. So we'll see. I don't predict that that's going to jump way up, up beyond 2,000. I mean, that would be more than 3 times. These freaking people. I don't care about your guild, dude. Just leave me alone. Anyway, let's see. First thing we want to check here is we want to see, well, not necessarily the first thing we want to check. Let's actually go back here. I guess I don't have to do that. Let's go over here. Here we go. I want to talk to this merchant dude here. Oh, right. I don't have any coins. Okay. We'll need to do some of that. So the first thing I do want to check then is I want to check to see if I can do some epic randoms today. If it's not broken anymore. But it looks like it is. This sucks. What am I supposed to do about that? I don't even know. I don't even understand, dude. Why is your shit so broken? Well, if that's going to be broken like that, then I guess what we're going to do is we're going to be all about the crafting and the gathering and the stuff like that today. I'm going to go get my... I'm gonna clear all of my contracts, I think, right now. So we'll clear contracts, and then we'll just be about that gathering and crafting, I think. Let's go in here. Let's go to these. Let's go ahead and turn all these on. So we've got Black Anvil Forge and the Birken Manor. So let's go do our Birken Manor stuff real quick. So disappointing that I can't use my token tier 2s at all right now. That really, really hurts because I'm just wasting tokens at this point because I don't have any ability to use them. And it hurts me. It hurts me a lot. Come here, you nasty nerd. Let's see, mutated roots. Kill more of these things. Okay, it looks like it's all just kill quests. That's fine. Something I guess I could check is let's go see if anybody else is on. Doesn't look like it. Lots of people probably at work. That's fine. People gotta eat, right? I've been feeling quite a bit calmer recently. I don't know. I feel like my brain is relaxing, which is a good thing. My brain normally is not even remotely relaxed. Fucking thing runs at about 600,000 miles a minute. But just like my whole body feels less tense and tight and stuff lately, which has been just a fantastic turn of events. I actually think it has a lot to do with all the bullshit that happened with New World. It gave me a little perspective because um, it really brought into light how ephemeral things are and how, even the stuff that I really care about, the stuff that I really enjoy, those things can just go away at any time. And so you just can't get too attached to things because there's a good chance they're just going to vanish. Hmm. There is a globe above me that I want to get, but I don't know. I don't know where the get up higher point is on this structure. Whatever. It looks like the only thing I need to kill is these roots now. Or some archers. I kind of want to see. Do I climb up that tree? Do I climb up this? Oh, there it is. Okay, well, it didn't quite take me up where I wanted to go. Let's try from a little further back here. There we go. There we go. Get our little mystic globe there. Looks like we just need to kill more gardeners and get more gardener branches. I don't actually guess I have to kill those. We can just kind of let them fall behind, I suppose. Alright, got a couple of pouches there. And now we just need to kill archers, which will actually be over this way quite a bit. They live kind of in this area a lot. So, there's some soldiers. Nice. Nice, nice, very nice. We go ahead and drop that down, and we pop that off, and we put that down, and we throw these off. Oh, yeah. Alright, archers and soldiers. Oop, I left behind a little doodad, a couple of little doodads over here. What's up, doodad? Gonna get the mystic globes, doo-dah, doo-dah. Ooh, a mystic portal. Alright, I see a bunch of archers. Let's go gather up some archers. We've got an hour for that portal. We'll be alright. Oops, I forgot that I didn't have my pull on right now. Because I'm an idiot. Okay, you can die now. Enough jumping. Let's like go up this way so they kind of all clump. They don't really clump very well, do they? Little freaking nerds. Okay. Y'all are starting to piss me off. Just 3 more of these little butt faces. Oh, butt faces. There we go. There we go. We got those butt faces. Alright, now we gotta find this freaking portal. Let's see. Running around looking for stuff. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Running around looking for stuff. Oh, the doo-dah day. Gonna get a portal. 'Cause it's got goodies. Running around looking for stuff. Oh, the doo-dah day. Oh, Hey, there it is. Got myself a mystic portal, doo-dah, doo-dah. Ooh, 8 extraction stones even. What's up, dude? Ooh, more dye. Hey, we got ourselves 4 little pouches. We're gonna open those bad boys up. Let's see what we get. We got a First Lights tunic here with ranged endurance. I don't believe that's going to be of any value. But we got 2 of these. Both with ranged endurance, ranged evasion. Okay. Interesting, interesting. We're going to check out this ranged endurance. I don't think it's going to have any value to us. It's not. That's fine. Let's look in the lithograph book. Do these First Lights do anything for us? They do not. That's fantastic. So we're going to go into the material transmutation here. We're just going to turn these into some points. We're getting real close there. That's real nice. We beat all the stuff in the Birkin Manor, so I think it's best if we just go back. Even though we have some stuff to do over in the anvil still, there's a possibility we'll get more stuff for the anvil right now in these four things that we need to pick up. So there's no point in wasting the time. Let's go over here. We get to claim that reward, get some obsidian. Not that I actually need the obsidian. It's really only made for things that help you gain more soul. I guess at some point I'll need to get those things and get them leveled up, but for now, it's not terribly important. Nice. Ooh, letter in a bottle for 2 pouches. That's what I'm talking about right there. Oh, and this is alcohol barrel for 6 polished crystals. I think we have to take that one. I think we have to take that one. Ooh, letter in a bottle for 6 crystals. Yo, I'm getting that good right now. What's up? Okay. So we have letters in a bottle, Crimson Manor, Black Anvil Forge, Black Anvil Forge. Yeah, so it looks like I'm gonna do those 3 real quick. I'm gonna get the letters in a bottle. I'm gonna get the other thing. The rest of these are all defeat stuff, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So let's just bang these 3 out real quick because they're so easy. And then we'll come right back and we'll pick up some more stuff. I also need to go get my water. I left it in the kitchen like an asshole. Give me that letter in a bottle. Give me those good goods. My goodness gracious, y'all. Goodness gracious. Press the button. I love getting all these noble crystals and stuff from all these things. They're just fantastic. It feels so good. And I love having my Da Vinci's wisdom or whatever, Da Vinci's favor, so that I get double rewards from these. Makes doing this stuff so much faster. I definitely need to start focusing up a little more on running both of my accounts a little better, because I'm not running my accounts terribly well right now. Because I enjoy just kind of fucking off too much, which I guess is fine. I guess we don't have to do everything to the 100% maximum efficiency. In fact, I think I told myself that when I made that second character, I told myself, only play this character when you've got some time and you feel like it. Don't try and make yourself. We're actually going to save up our pouches, and just however many pouches we get at the end, we'll open all of our pouches at the same time. All right, let's see. Here we go. There's a bottle there. Ooh, nice. Some more pouches there. Do we have any really easy of these? No, so we'll refresh that. And there's some of that action. All right, what do we got in terms of, we got 1 Birkin, we got 2 Crimson, and we've got mostly Anvil. So let's go do our 4 Anvils and then come back and pick up some more. We've got one of these little jobbers right here, right underneath us. Oh, we got another little jobber over here. It's up there, isn't it? Oh, it's over here. Gotcha, little jobber. All right, let's get a bunch of these dwarf dudes here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Ooh. There's a bunch of you right here, eh? All right, and then let's try and... Whoops, wrong button. Okay, well, we'll do this. We'll do this. Then we'll try and get all these dudes tucked in together here. And we'll do some of that action. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That felt good. We try and get these guys over here. Yeah. Come over here, buddy. Bop. Killing all the guys. 'Cause I freaking can. 'Cause I am so strong. Big and freaking strong. Come here, brawler dude. Alright, so we need to bring those snipers as close together as we can, and then we just smack that sniper into those snipers. And then we do all of the things here. Boom shakalaka. Look at that big old pack of nerds. Come here, you big old pack of nerds. Alright. So what we're going to try and do here is we're going to try and bring some of these range dudes together here. Yeah, just like that. And then we're going to smash this guy into these guys. We accidentally left that sniper over there. Just because the angles were off, but that's okay. Oop, I hit all my buttons wrong because I thought I had one of my skills up that I didn't. So, I guess that means at least we can push this sniper into the rest of this stuff. That's nice. Let's go ahead and drop all these things down. All right. So we've got 12 more brawlers to kill. Nope. 18 more brawlers to kill. Goodness. And just one more sniper. So it's just all brawlers from this point on. That was nice. That brawler just like spawned on top of me there. That was dope. There's lots of brawlers here. Lots of snipers to get in the way a little bit too, but that's fine. I don't really have to care about those. As long as I can get all the brawlers here, we'll be good. Oh, and I guess we need to kill some more combat golems too. I didn't realize. Alright, you're dead. How many more combat golems do I need? Two more golems. Alright, we got a golem. We got a golem. We got some brawlers. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, we got some random nerd just wrecking everything for us. Nice. Brawler. 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 Summon up our orbs. Smashy, smashy. Explode everybody. Alright, we still got 8 more brawlers to kill. Oh yeah, here's a nice big pack of brawlers over here. Look at all them's. Come here, buddy. I pissed off a bunch of stuff. Come over here. Alright, nice. Booyah. 3 more brawlers to kill. Let's see. Yeah, we got a nice little pack over here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Perfect. All right, got all that stuff done. Now we just got to get to a place where we're not getting our faces punched in. I think right here. I'll find you. And then we teleport back. Oh, we have... Hang on. Can't be leaving without getting my mystic portal now. Alright, let's see if we can find this thing from kind of up here. We can't go all the way up there to look for it, which might be a good idea. We'll have to see. You can see the mystic portals from pretty freaking far away. They light up pretty good. So yeah, probably we'll go all the way up to the top of this here. And then we'll just fly overhead. See if we can't find this thing that way. It seems like the best path. Okay. I feel like it's right below me, like right here. There it is. Ooh. We almost rolled right off the edge there. That's funny. Hey, another 8 extraction stones, though. That is awesome. Clear eyes is awesome. There's a globe around here somewhere, but I don't think I came to the right spot for it. Oh well. Oh yeah, we've got all of our stuff here. We need to teleport. Teleport away.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
Nothing like a job well done. Want to try a contract?
Use your contract coins here.
Wow.
Okay, refresh. Ooh, look at all these.
Worth your time.
Yep, taking that one. Yep, taking that one. And not taking either of those. Ooh, oh, double pouches. Yes, please. What is up?
Can't speak? All set? Best of luck out there.
All right, so we got nothing really in the Birkin. We've got 3 crimsons, 2 anvil forges. There should be more. 2 Birkins, 1, 2, 3 crimsons. That's 5, 6, 7. No, that's right. The math wasn't mathing, but that's just because I'm dumb. Let's go get the bottle in the black anvil and the letter in the crimson manor. We'll do all the crimson manor ones. Actually, let's just go get those 2 and then we'll come back. I love this bottle in the anvil because it's just fly right over and get it. There's no fuss, no muss. Run. Ba-na-na-na. Freaking spear throwing dipweeds. Here we go. All right. Back to the base.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
Might as well go ahead and buy all of my dailies here real quick. What do you got? Nope, not you. What do you got? Get my daily there. Get my daily there. Finish out the rest of those there. Nice. Purchase those. Oh, we got dailies for these too. We gotta really consider buying those. Maybe. We'll see. All right. Go ahead and grab some noble things there. I think probably the Crimson Manor is the one we want. Let's see. I want to pick the one that I've got the most in. So I've got 1, 2 Crimson Manors. I got 2, 2, and 2. Ain't that something? All right. Well, the Crimson Manor is actually pretty easy. Let's see. We've got Spearman Guards, Gardener Guards, Guards Gardener. All right, let's go do that real quick. We're down to just 28 of these on top of the, I guess, 14 that we have actively in our But hey, we're up to 56 of those noble polished crystals, which feels good. All right. Gardener. Gardener. Guard. Gardener. Guard. Gardener. Gardener. All right. Come over here. Nice. Boop. Boop. Get all these jackasses leveled or grouped up. Don't know why I was gonna say leveled up. I definitely don't want to level up the enemies. definitely don't want to level up the enemies. Okay, please stop. Please stop. They kept stunning me. So annoying. This is also annoying. Okay, game. Let's go get the resistance operation documents. And then I just need spearmen and guards. And then we should be good. Resistance operation documents. Spearmen and guards. Guard. Okay. Enough stunning. Why do these people have to keep, like, following me around? Just go away. I don't like you. I don't want to be your friend. Right, got that one done. So we're all done there. So we'll just run back up this way so we can get away from all these duders that are trying to kill me. And then we'll teleport, we'll pick up some more. Teleport.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
Pretty sure it's Monday right now, right? Monday the 3rd? How's everybody's work day going?
Black Anvil Forge for Kent Manor and Crimson Manor. Quite the list of contracts.
All right.
You can handle them.
Refresh this. Black Anvil Forge alcohol barrel. Yes, please. Oh, look at that. Yes. And yes. And if we have a really easy one, letters in the Crimson Manor, or letters in the Black Anvil Forge, we're going to end up taking both of those. We're already full here, so let's take a look. What do we have? We got 223, so let's go down to the Black Anvil Forge, and then we're actually going to come back, and we're going to get both of these, because they're both super easy, and they're worth 6 stones to us. I need those stones. I need those stones a lot. So, Black Anvil Forge, here we go.
I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, I gotta kill these 3, I guess, to get into this barrel. Let's open this barrel up while these dudes attack me, because it'll bring in more enemies. We need brawlers, we need snipers, we need excavators. So we basically need all this stuff up here. Let's bring all these dudes around. Let's push this guy back into here. These guys should be available for fighting here real soon. So what we're gonna do, yep, we're just gonna throw our orbs out. We're gonna smack everybody around a little bit. Nice. Very nice. So let's see. We need lots of brawlers. Lots of, well, looks like we only need one more golem. Brawlers and wizards. Brawlers and snipers. Okay, so that's just like everything up here. That's fantastic. Come here, wizard. Come here, sniper. Come here, dude. Come here, all you. Let's push that guy back into those guys. Perfect. Perfection.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
Black Anvil Forge for Kent Manor and Crimson
Pieces of
Quite the
metal.
list of
Use your
contracts, eh?
contract coins
You
here.
can handle them.
Definitely getting both of those because they're super easy. We'll refresh this. And we'll get that one.
All set. I have no shortage of contracts.
What can I get over here?
Lucky you.
Bunch of extraction stones. I know I said I was going to wait until we finished all of them before I open these pouches, but I want to open my pouches. And I don't actually feel like doing any more of these. So let's open all 9 of these pouches and see what we get. We got 3 pieces of gear. One of which was a tier 3. Nice, with a ranged endurance. I don't think that's going to have any value. Nope. So that's fine. We can just dissolve that, I guess. If it doesn't go into any of my lithograph books, which it might. Let's see, we can finish this lithograph book. Claim those basic rewards there. We're going to dissolve this tier 3 item. And then, let's see, heavy attack chance on a sword might actually have a little value. I don't think the heavy attack chance is very valuable anymore, though. Well, 75. That's on a... Oh, this is on a tier 2, though. Hang on. Probably not going to be worth... Yeah, not going to be worth. Okay. We'll go into our material transmutation here. And it looks like we can go ahead and get ourselves a weapon. So let's transmutate that. What do we get? We got a crossbow with the Darkest Night. Quickfire cooldown minus 100% when using Nimble Leap. Okay. At the very least, we can lithograph it. But it might have some value. Right now, we've got critical hit chance. So, critical hit chance on any tier. Okay, doesn't look like it's going to be that big of a deal. But we do want to look at specifically this weapon. Okay, crossbow of the Darkest Night, you're looking at 59 there. But I don't see any more crossbows of the Darkest Night, so maybe not. Let's go ahead and kill all this. Let's go to weapon lithographs. Let's go to crossbows. Let's go Darkest Night. Okay, nope. Doesn't look like this is going to be one of the weapons that I want to actively use there. So we're going to go ahead and add that to the lithograph book. And that's kind of what this game is all about, right? You're just constantly trying to give yourself opportunities to get good stuff. You're not necessarily going to actually end up with good stuff, but you do have to give yourself as many opportunities as you can. I left my water in the kitchen. I need to go get my water bottle. I'm thirsty. All right, we back. Okay. So we got a bunch of this stuff done. We got a bunch of the things that we wanted out of this. I don't really feel like doing any more of those right this moment. We've only got about 2 whole sets left to do. I apparently missed one of these. Let's go back to Castleton. And let's do some more refining. And then let's do some gathering.
Take a gander before you head off on your adventure.
This is no ordinary product. It is something truly unique. Something that brings dignity to any space.
Gonna make some slate. Gonna make some more cloth. And then we need to gather. So we're actually gonna go right up here to the grasslands. And the reason we want to go up there is there's some sheep up there, and you can just gather on the sheep. And then we'll go see about some wood. And then we'll see about some sand, because the sand is kind of over by some of the wood. And then we'll be happy. You get sand from sandstone, which is hilarious, because it's not really how that works, I don't think. I don't know, maybe it is. But we can come over here and we can just pick on these sheep. Unfortunately, sometimes you get really bad. Yeah, like I only got 1 fur right there. I was getting tons and tons of rocks all the time, but I feel like the drop rate of the fur is like super low. But you get to pick on these sheep a bunch of times. So you come over here and you get like 3 or 4 picks on a sheep. And then you move on to the next one. There's just like an infinite amount of level 1 fur right here. There really is just an infinite amount of all of the resources. So we're going to get, a couple thousand of these here. We've got a little less than 3 hours before the next boss pops. And so, we might just sit here and pick fur for 3 hours. So y'all better come up with something interesting to talk about. Otherwise, this is going to get boring with the quickness. But because we can't use our token 2s here, there isn't really a ton else that we can do that I think is necessarily going to help us in the getting lucent department. I think this is just one of the best options we have for trying to gain lucent. Is making furniture, and also it's going to be cooking. So I'm going to need to look into some of the cooking stuff and just see what it is we need to be doing. You know, we're going to need to be upping our fishing. We're going to need to be doing some other stuff like that as well. And so these are the things that are going to help us get the most lucent, I think, because they're the most obscure, but still valuable things to do. Especially cooking, I think people are starting to get more and more into the foods and stuff and realizing, you know, how valuable those foods are. I personally am starting to realize more and more how valuable the foods are. And so, I mean, consumables are always a source of income, right? Because they get consumed. And so there's always a need for them. Especially this game really makes it so that if you want to make currency off of the consumables and off of the craftables, you really have to craft way more than you personally need because you have to get those great successes, and there's only like a 10% chance of that. So you're getting 9 times as much of whatever it is you're making for yourself compared to what you're able to sell. And so I think that's going to help keep the prices a little higher because so much of it ultimately is going to go to waste. Hey, level 7 apprentice. 3 more levels and I can start getting blues here too, which is nice. I'm also level 8 on my wood, which is also great. So just a couple more levels on the wood, and then we'll be blue tier wood. And then we'll be able to get blue tier everything at that point once we get to level 10 on the wood. No, sorry, I still have sandstone to get as well, or sand. The glass stuff. Different types of sands. Somebody just spawn in. E-money. That's funny. I do like this sound, this wink. Every time I get this, feels good. Oh. But we'll look here. We're not getting a ton of this resource, right? We've only got 100 so far. And honestly, I don't even think we've gotten 100 because I still had some. So it's a slow process when it comes to gathering up some of these resources. Gathering up stone was definitely like the fastest thing. I've tried going out and instead getting leather, but the same thing is true of the leather. It's actually even more difficult to get the leather because the wolves don't always drop a leather. So you have to kill a lot of wolves per leather pick that you get, and you still only get about the same amount of leather that I'm getting as for like wool for these sheep. So because leather and the regular fabric both are part of the same refining, I'm going to level up the refining on this fur. And then in the future, you know, if I need leather to craft something, then I'll go ahead and I'll get some leather and stuff. And it's just going to be kind of this constant struggle. So I can make one tier 1 refining resource. Stop moving. Per minute of each type. So I can make thousands in a day. A little over 1,000 in a day. And that means that I would need like 6,000 a day of the sheep. So I think the thing that's going to be sort of the sticking point and the thing that I'm going to need to look at is how many of those like plans that you need to make the blue tier of stuff am I going to be able to get? And that's going to be, you know, how many blue tier resources do I need to make, you know, in a given week? And that will define for me how much of any given resource I need to gather. And of course, we'll probably gather a little beyond that. We'll want to keep, you know, a little extra on hand. So in the future, if new resources get added, we can still or not if new resources, if new furnitures get added and stuff, we can make those furnitures quickly. Get out there ahead of it all and try and get it sold. But hey, we're almost up to 200 fur now. That's nice. Only 10 times that to go. So we've been out here for about 1/10 of the amount of time that we want to spend gathering. And that's just for fur. We still also need to spend about the same amount of time chopping trees. And then about the same amount of time picking up sand. So it's a ways. It's definitely a ways. This is not a fast process, but it is definitely faster than a lot of other gathering systems I've done. Right? I feel like this is significantly easier to max out just because the max is so low than things like, you know, New World's gathering system and stuff like that. So we for sure want to be doing this because it's easy. There's nothing really that gets in your way. There's no difficult enemies that stop you from even being able to get to blue tier of materials. And I think, so I've been looking at some of the costs, and we're looking at anywhere between like 5 and 12 blue materials per furniture piece. And so if I think about what I want to make those things cost, right? If we say that a blue material costs 10 lucent to us, and I think that's reasonable, then I think we sell these things based on the materials for anywhere between 50 and 120 lucent. But then I think you also add a base amount for that extra resource that you need as well, which is the patterns or whatever that you also have to add. And so I think if we add, you know, a base 50 to that, then we go anywhere from 100 to 170 lucent per furniture. And we'll try that to start. We'll see exactly what that takes, but I want to set like sort of a standard. And then instead of making random furniture and then selling it, I want to make furniture that somebody specifically wants and then sell it, right? I want people to like message me and, hey, I'm looking for this furniture, and then I can make it and put it up on the board. Or, whatever X cost is. Because just making a bunch of random furniture and then posting it up seems like a really good way to not be able to get money consistently. To just be kind of sitting there on stock. Because there's such a limited amount of that stuff that I think I'm going to be able to make. I just don't want to deal with that. It's one of those systems where they're trying to... Oh, that's right. We also have to deal with the fact that you can only sell it if you get a great success. Oh, man. My life sucks. We're gonna get freaking hosed, dude. Almost up to 300 fur, though. Ain't that something? There was nobody out here when I got out here. Now there's 3 people gathering sheep. What is going on? I'm so confused. E-money and Sigma. So many sheep. Gotta shear them little guys. This is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Let's look at our fur gathering. So we have forging, weaving, handcrafting, and woodworking. We've got foraging, fur gathering, mining, logging. Hmm. Hang on a second. Oh, it does have increased drop rates as you level. Okay. But I don't see... I don't know. I'll have to look. Because, like, the sandstone seems like it might be mining. But it also, I guess, could be hand gathering. It might just look like mining because it's a stone. I don't really know. Stop moving, you stupid sheep. That's honestly kind of annoying. They should probably take that out. Just let me gather the sheep, you know? Well, you got to be getting in the way of that like that. So obnoxious. How long do you think I could stand here and just harvest sheep? We're almost up to 400 already. That's pretty good. For every 600 that I get, I can make 100 of that tier of refined resource. So if I get 1800, and that means I can make 300 of this tier of refined resource. I think 300 is a pretty good jumping off point. I actually think that if I do 300, it'll last me a few weeks. But that'll really depend on the ability to make currency on things that maybe don't need um, those extra little things. Ba-da-wing, ba-da-wing. Ba-da-ba-ding. Ba-da-ba-ding. I love it. Stop. Stop moving. I will fight you, sheep. Hey, we're at about 500. This is actually moving a lot faster than I expected. I think my level ups that I've gotten, because I've gotten a couple, are helping the speed here. We're getting a lot more higher tier or higher quantity drops, which feels good on the whole. I want to make sure that I have enough lucent by the time the next big drop happens for like resources, or not resources, for gear. You know, the next time there's like new stuff to upgrade to, I want to just be able to buy my gear and max it out. I play enough that I think that's an achievable goal. We'll get the gear that we're working on now all maxed out. We'll max out, our weapon mastery, our runes and stuff like that will happen eventually. And then we'll start worrying about maxing out fucking Lucent gain. And then we'll just have Lucent on hand. Probably 30 or 40,000 will be enough. Maybe. Especially if we supplement, with actually running and getting items and stuff like that. Maybe keep some of the stuff that we might want in the future. So I don't know what the next thing is going to be. Are we going to get tier 4 epics? Are we going to get like a new set of tier 3 epics that are maybe slightly stronger? I don't know exactly. But if we go for our tier 3 stuff and we go in and we keep traits that we know we're going to use in our next set of gear, things like the endurances and stuff like that, after we get leveled up and get all of our stuff in a good spot, then we have the ability to maybe just plop some of that stuff down on a new set. We'll need lots of growth stones, but I don't know. When we got tier 3, we got like a whole new tier of growth stones that can't be made with the old tier of growth stones. So that up until this point, you were able to use the tier before to upgrade into the new tier of growth stones. And so now that you can't do that anymore, I'm curious what's going to happen in the next tier. Are we going to be able to use these noble growth stones to make whatever comes after this tier of gear? I just don't know. Hey, we're over 600 now. Nice. Yeah, as we've leveled up, we've definitely started getting more wool from these. This is great. So that's something I'll have to keep in mind. Because I could go and get like green fur and level that up into, or I could go get green fur and level up my gathering and maybe even make this process faster. I'm not really sure. I'm getting 2 XP per pick here. And it needs, let's see, fur gathering, it only needs 300. That's 150 picks for a level. Which, I mean, a pick is a couple of seconds, so you're talking a couple of minutes. But I'm definitely getting more fur now out of each fur bunch, which I like. I think we're about to be 9. Yeah, we're about to be 9. Little screaming kids outside. Fucking nerds. Fucking nerds. I'm gonna have to do another token burn. I got a lot of Lucent out of my token burn yesterday, though, which I was not expecting. So I'm actually kind of in a better, like, I want to do some token burning mood now. Even with the couple of setbacks we had yesterday, with a couple, or day before yesterday, or whenever we did our token burn, with the couple of deaths and stuff that we had, everything kind of went pretty good. Boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-boo-doo. Biddy-biddy-bip-biddy-boo. Biddy-biddy-biddy-biddy-boo. Biddy-biddy-bip-biddy-boo. Boo, 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 boo-doo-biddy-boo. Biddy-biddy-biddy-boo. Boo, 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 biddy-boo. Boo, biddy-biddy-biddy. Ba-do-ba-doo, boo-doo. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Selling a level 30 guild. I wonder how difficult it would be to make a guild and level it up on my own. And then sell it. So that's something that they definitely do in like Guild Wars 2. Because guilds have so much value. You know, your guild, you get like extra storage and stuff from guilds. You get all kinds of different stuff from having access to a guild. And so there's kind of a big market for guilds in Guild Wars 2. I didn't really think about that here. But that's not a terrible, terrible idea. Because I have 2 accounts or 2 characters on this server, I could even have 2 at a time. And then you just put up an item, right? Like a single Marend star or something for an extremely high price in the shop, and then nobody else is going to buy it, right? And then the person who's buying the guild buys it. You get all your lucent. It's very interesting. Or if you wanted to do it in Solent, you could get them to sell you a bunch of Marins for like super cheap or something, but then somebody else might swoop in and buy it, so that's kind of a bad. That's interesting. We might look into that. I'm really into making currencies in these games. I like having the ability to just get stuff when I want it, you know? Hey, we're over 800 now. We're like almost halfway there. It is definitely moving faster now. That person over there is yodeling. Yodelay-hoo. High on a hill was a lonely goat herd, lay yodelay, yodelay-hoo. Loud was the voice of the lonely goat herd, lay yodelay, yodelo. One little gal in a pale pink coat herd, lay yodelay, yodelay-hoo. Lusty and clear from the goat herd's throat herd, lay yodelay, yodelo. Yo ho, lady yodelay, oh, yo ho, lady yodelay. Yodelay, yodelay, yodelay. My other 2 friends who were out here gathering fur with me, they bailed. They don't have the fortitude, the constitution to stand out here picking fur for a fucking hour. I've actually only been here for about 30 minutes, but we've made a little over 900. And it's definitely speeding up. Every time I get a level, it definitely seems to speed up, which is dope. So it shouldn't even take an hour to get the next 900. Or it shouldn't even take another half hour to get the next 900. Once I get to 1800, I think I'll be satisfied. Because that'll give us the ability to get 300 refined wool, or refined fur, or whatever. And that'll give us 3000 XP, which should take us into level 4 pretty comfortably. Which will mean then it'll just be about making the greens and getting the XP from those. And those take 10 minutes apiece. So once we get there, we can start making 4 of those. That's 40 minutes at a time instead of 4 minutes at a time, which means it's going to ultimately take way, way less focus from us, right? We don't necessarily need to be sitting there and just constantly changing and making more. We'll be able to just go ahead and go do some other stuff. Queue up for a couple of battlegrounds, queue up for a boss run, whatever, come back, change it out. And then, once we get to the blues, it's 2 hours apiece times 4. That's 8 hours. That's a whole stream. I'll be trying to get that stuff done. So I'll wake up and I'll trigger it. And then we'll start the stream. And then towards the very end of the stream, because the stream will be about 7 hours. So I normally wake up about an hour before I start the stream. So if I wake up, trigger it, start the stream for 7 hours, trigger it again, and then, do whatever I'm going to do. And then right before I go to bed, trigger it again, and then sleep for 8 hours, wake up, trigger it. Then I can get 12 of everything every day. And so that's, let's see if I can do, I would like to be able to get more. If I could maybe do 14 hours at a time, right? So 7 of them at a time in the crafter, that'd actually be really good, because then it wouldn't be right on the go to sleep, wake up 8 hour cycle. I'm not really happy about that, because there's going to be some time lost in there because of that. Because I don't just sleep for just 8 hours very often. 8 hours just isn't quite enough for me, I don't think. I like to get that 8.5, 9 hours in. Keeps me happy. Hey, we're up over 1100 now. Oh yeah, it's going way faster now. This is great. Do dee do dee do dee dee do dee do dee do dee do do dee do dee do dee dee do dee do dee do dee do doodly doo doodly doo doodly 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 doo. Getting all those fur bunches. Okay, sheep. Stop fucking moving. What are you doing to me here? We're getting lots of that soft fur too. That's important, because you got to have that to make the other stuff. It is a reagent, for refining the higher tiers. Give me more sheep. So many more sheep. Yo, what's up, Damien? How are you? Bry curious. Huh? Got any good USB hub recommendations from Best Buy? I need to pick one up on my way home today. No. Although, it will kind of depend on the USB port on your laptop. So, you've got USB 3, USB 3.1. They keep like improving the speed of the throughput on USB hubs. So, if you're going to, or not on USB hubs, but on USB ports. So, probably the most important thing is going to be that you're going to want to have your audio plugged into its own USB. You won't want to put that on your hub. You'll want to just put that in separately, and preferably, laptop is less than 2 years old, so it should be pretty good. Do you know? I'd have to look up specifically the make and model of the laptop to see what outputs it has. But I would look at that. I would look at what output USB your laptop has, and then I would make sure to get a USB hub that is connected to that output specifically. Because if you get like a USB 2 hub and you connect it to like a USB 3.1, then you're just going to be limiting your throughput. So if you ever decide to connect an external hard drive, or you're connecting your audio and stuff, then you might not get as good of performance from all of your devices. When it comes to really basic things like mice, keyboards, stuff like that, that's not really going to have an impact. But, you're going to be hooking up your headphones, you're going to be hooking up your microphone, you're going to be hooking up a lot of that stuff, and some of those things might benefit from having the higher end USB ports. Don't try and gather my sheep, you little shit. It's my sheep. Wink. Wink. Hey, we've only got about 300 to go here. Nice. Gathering sheep. Getting so many furs. Only need 300 or 200 more. Oh yeah, level 10. What's up? Now I can get blue tier furs. That's so good. So freaking happy. Somebody wants to buy the Cordy Greatsword for 30k Lucent? What in the holy hell? What in the holy hell? I don't even know what to do at this point. I want a Cordy sword. I want 30,000 Lucent. Can I please have 30,000 Lucent? That's only, what, 500 is 10 bucks? So that's only $60 worth of Lucent. No big deal. It's only the box price of a AAA game. God, the pay to win in this game is so bad. Oh my goodness. What a joke, dude. Funny joke. Oh shit. That's so gross. $600 worth of lucent. Oh my god. You shouldn't have told me the real number. I was freaked out about 60. 600. Oh my god. I would rather chop off my arm. That's so egregious. And I mean, I understand that the prices for those items are set by the community, but still, that's ridiculous. I mean, we're just kind of following suit on stuff that they sell, like skins and stuff. If the skins weren't a bajillion dollars, then the other items wouldn't be either. God, that's so disgusting. 600 fucking dollars. I could almost live on $600 a month. I actually think I might be able to. Somebody's trying to spend that much money on a sword in a video game. That makes my fucking brain hurt. But yeah, I mean, because I don't have a phone or a car, because I don't really have any need for those things. My goodness. All right, we need 16 more fur bunches. Then we're done. 12 more fur bunches. 10 more fur bunches. 8 more fur bunches. 2 more fur bunches. Hey. Plus 8 fur bunches. All right, let's teleport back over here. We're level 8 in logging. We need to level up logging twice. Oop, wrong way. We're going to go over this way. We're going to do some more refining. Because I can. So we've got 300 cloths here that we can make. And we've got lots of slate here that we can make. We're now level 3 in the blacksmithing. Not that much when you look at people who have spent tens of millions in games like Rise of Kingdoms. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I am actually currently playing Call of Dragons. But I always play free to play, and then I just play until the monetization gets so egregious that I can't, like, do anything without spending money, and then I just stop. Because I really like those games. They're a really cool concept. The whole idea of servers working together and, you know, having big wars and shit and all that stuff. I mean, it's so good. If they just wouldn't monetize it like that. then I mean, it's still not free to play friendly. It's really not. They have some mechanics that help the players who are spending, kind of help out the players who aren't, but it's still not free to play friendly at all. I mean, I've been playing for 6 days now since New World died. I've been playing, and I'm about to hit 1,000,000 combat power, and the people who are spending money in the game are already like 3 or 4 times my power. So there's no, like, if I ever had to fight one of those people, I would just lose. Right? There's no overcoming that. Me and 5 other free-to-play people could fight one of those people and we would lose. And it's only been 6 days, and that just starts to compound over time so crazily. So we'll see. I might be in it for the long haul this time. Who knows? Time to go get some trees. Let's get some green trees. There's some green trees right over here somewhere. And we'll get leveled up to level 10, and then we'll go farm gray trees. I need to see what this sandstone gives me too. Is it mining XP? I think it's giving me mining XP. Let's see, 603. So let's get another sandstone. It's going to give me 1 XP, so I should be at 604 on my mining. I am? Okay, cool. So that's mining XP. So my mining is already pretty high level, which means that my ability to gather sandstone is actually pretty good. Which is nice because I need sandstone. Because I need the sand to make glass. All right, so we're just going to try and get up to level 10 here. Then we'll go back and gather gray logs. Where are we at as far as logging is concerned? We need 300. We're getting 6. So we need to cut 50 trees down here to get to level 9, which isn't too bad. Because they're in such a tight area, and because they respawn so quickly, I'm just going to be running this super tight little circle right here. We'll get logs, we'll get some sand. Level up. I'm getting almost 10 trees per circuit here, so this is actually going to be super quick. I don't know, maybe 8 trees per circuit. So I need to get 50, so that's going to be 7 or 8 trips. Not too bad at all. Do you play Rise of Kingdoms, Damien? That's one of the games that I've never gotten very far in ROK. That was definitely the first one of those games that I ever played. Well, that's not true. the first one of those games that I ever played was like way back in the fucking day. I played like a browser one. Actually, I think it was Ebony, maybe, was the really old browser one that I played when I was a kid. Been about a year since you played. Yeah, it's actually been a pretty long time since I played any COD either. They've made some pretty good changes, I think. Um, Again, those games are ultimately really, really good. The way you go through the story now is much better, I think, and the way you do the scouting and stuff is way better. I think it's going to have a more long-term benefit because you get these little like scouting missions instead of just running around scouting and finding all the villages and stuff. And so the whole thing has been sort of changed and I think worked in a really good way since the last time I played it. But I just, I mean, make a subscription version or something. Um, because the system in those games where you've got like the speed ups and the ally helps and stuff like that, I think are a really, really cool mechanic. But I think they would be so much better if they weren't a pay to win mechanic. And instead, everybody just got like X amount of speed ups. And then you had to choose what you were going to spend your speed ups on, right? Are you going to focus on building up an early army and then, going and attacking people? Are you going to focus on, forsaking armies for getting your buildings and stuff up faster? Are you going to, work on your research more? Like, what are you going to do with your very limited amount of speed ups? And it would create this whole cool system of strategy um, around that speed up system. But instead, it's just a pay to win thing. So if you need more speed ups, you just go buy more speed ups. And then the more money you spend, the better you are at everything. And so there's no decision making there, right? It's the decisions aren't about how am I going to spend my limited resources. My my strategy is about okay, how much am I going to spend? Where's my optimum spend so that I can get the most out of every dollar? And that feels so bad. I don't want to play a game that's about optimizing the amount of money I spend in it. I certainly don't want to spend money on a game like that. But it seems like a lot of the people in the server that I'm in right this moment aren't super heavy spenders, and there aren't a ton of them. So maybe I'll feel a little more effective when it's time for the fighting and stuff to start. And I won't just get dumpstered every time I have to fight somebody. And if that happens, then, I'll be able to stick it for the long haul. And then maybe I've never even played one of the server versus server wars. I've never gotten out of the first season before in like any of those games because I just can't deal with the pay to win garbage. But I think if I could manage to get out of one of the first seasons, I'd feel pretty good. And I think, there's a threshold where that spending maybe doesn't have such a massive impact because eventually, I mean, I guess having like backup armies and stuff like that. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. It's at least a little bit of fun for now. And that's all that really matters. I like sending my little dudes out, I'm a big fan of management. I really like to manage a city. I really like to manage my little armies and stuff. It feels good. Feels really good. HP Victus gaming laptop with RTX 3050 graphics card. Okay. HP Victus. Hey, level 9. All right, let's go do a little research real quick. HP Victus gaming laptop. Um No. Look at laptops. Omnibook, no. Omnibook, no. Omen, no. Victus. Is there only the one Victus? Looks like there might just be the one Victus. Okay, so that's probably the one we need to look at. Let's go to view details. And let's look at... Yeah, as long as the chassis is all kind of the same, and they've got, like the amount of memory it has, the storage it has, even the graphics card and stuff it has doesn't really matter, because if it's all on the same chassis, all on the same motherboard, it's going to have the same number of USB ports and stuff like that, and that's what I care about, is what's on that core motherboard piece. So I just need to look at... Need more detailed shit than this. See all specs. There we go. Memory, storage, network, wireless technology. Okay. Battery charge, external input output ports. All right. One USB type A, 5 gig signaling rate. One USB type A, 5 gig signaling rate. One AC smart pin. One HDMI. One headphone microphone combo. One RJ45. One USB type C. Okay. USB type A hub. Let's look at Best Buy. USB hubs at Best Buy. We need Do you know how many cable type is USB? I would like more specifics than that. Ah, there we go. USB type A. Okay, at least 6 or 8 connectors. Okay, so we've got USB type A connectors. Or sorry, USB type A as the connector. And then we've got, let's see, that's a 4-port USB type 3.0. So here's, so you've got your microphone, right? Your microphone is a USB microphone. Is that accurate? Okay. So the thing that I would do is I would absolutely plug your microphone in by itself, because that's the thing that's going to affect your uh, okay, so webcam, headphones, ring light. Your ring light is going to plug into your computer. That's interesting. So let me look up something here. Is USB type A or type C faster? USB type C is generally faster than USB A, both data transfer and power delivery. While USB A ports are limited by older specifications, USB C is designed for higher speed and support the latest USB standards like USB 4 and powerful protocols like USB power delivery, USB PD. So, interesting, because you should have, it does say that you should have one USB type C. Of course, they all say 5 gigabit signaling rate. So your A's and your C might not actually be that much different. Um, hmm. I also don't see anything in the USB A here on the Best Buy website. I don't see any of the USB A's that have more than 4 USB connectors. I see there's a USB-C to 4-port USB 3.0. There's a USB-A to 4-port USB 3.0. There's another 4-port C to USB 3, 4-port A to USB. Um, yeah, I don't see anything that goes into a USB A or C that's providing more than 4 USB ports. Now there are some like sort of higher end hubs that have like SD card slots and stuff like that. I don't know how important or how necessary that's going to be to you. But let's break down sort of exactly what you need. So you're going to have headphones, you're going to have microphone, you're going to have webcam, you're going to have mouse, you're going to have keyboard, you're going to have ring light. Do you also have, I assume that your microphone is going to get plugged in through, do you have a hardware mixer? Or are you going to be using a software mixer for your audio? No, I mean like, so I use a program called Voice Meter to like reduce, so uh, I don't have a hardware mixer. I have a software mixer. So my microphone goes straight into my USB port and then gets routed through this mixer program. And so it lowers a lot of my really high um, a lot of my really high stuff to reduce some of my S's. So like the 2.5 and 4K wavelengths. I think it's wavelength hertz. There you go. The 2.5 and 4K hertz sliders on my mixer are lowered to try and cut some of my S's because I S pretty hard. DS are on the microphone. Okay. You're still probably going to want to use some sort of software mixer because I can't hear myself right now. But if we, for example, I'll take this little mixer thing here and I'll move it up into this top corner and you can hear a significant change in the way my voice sounds, I'm sure, based on what I just did. So there's a lot that you can do to find, where you want your tone to be with some sort of a hardware. And it really, really helps to cut out some of the harshness of your voice because people are going to be listening to you for a fairly long time. And so the things about your tone and timbre of your voice that are specifically sharp or sort of outside of like drastically outside the rest of the sounds of your voice, can cause a lot of fatigue in for a person who's listening to you for a long time. So you'll want to go and try and sort of smooth some of that out, try and bring it all into line. But if you're not plugging in, if you're plugging your headphone or your microphone directly in, I don't know what all of the ports are for all of your existing stuff, but it seems to me like your best option is probably going to be to get to turn that USB-C into a bunch of USB 3.0 ports. Because I assume that most of your stuff is plugging in through like a USB 3.0. And so that USB-C is going to have a lot more limited value and usefulness to you than a bunch of USB 3.0s. And so you're going to get a lot more versatility out of that. And that would give you 6 ports, right? If you turn that USB-C into USB 3.0, I'm pretty sure USB-A is reverse compatible. Is USB-A reverse compatible with USB 3.0? Is USB-A just USB 3.0? I think USB-A might just be USB 3.0. So yeah, that'll probably be your best option, is to turn that USB-C into 3.0 ports for the sake of your versatility. It's unlikely that anything you're not doing any sort of data transmission, right? You're not plugging in an external hard drive or trying to, run your games off of an external hard drive or anything like that. So the throughput isn't necessarily the most important thing. I would plug in your microphone and your webcam into your 2 standalone ports, and then I would plug your mouse, your keyboard, your light, and your headphones all in together, because your microphone and your webcam are the 2 things that are going to have the most impact for your viewers. Right, your headphones don't necessarily matter to your viewers because it's just what you hear. Your mouse and your keyboard don't necessarily matter to your viewers because it's how you're going to play. So even if it inhibits your gameplay, which it shouldn't, right? Those things are extremely lightweight. And even through a hub like that, you shouldn't have a problem. But I think probably the easiest and best course of action would be to turn that USB-C into a bunch of USB 3 ports. And that should give you the ability. But again, I don't know what ports all of your hardware is. So if your microphone is a USB-C, then you want to plug your microphone into that USB-C site or port. And then in that case, you would want to get a USB-A hub. But it doesn't seem like the Best Buy is going to have a ton of options. I don't think you're going to be able to get one from Best Buy if you stop by there that has more than 4 additional ports. So it looks like you're going to be pretty limited to about 6 ports overall, which I think should probably be enough. Just running off the top of my head what you're planning on plugging in, I think you should be good there. It'll mean that you don't have any extra stuff or any extra peripherals, but you could always not plug your ring light into a USB port and just use a regular wall outlet with a USB adapter to plug your ring light in. And that would free you up a slot if you ever needed something else. If you ever needed, for example, if you wanted to put an external hard drive, so that you could like record stuff onto an external hard drive, so that you could go back and do video editing and stuff later. I don't know. Your hard drive size is probably fairly limited on your laptop. I mean, even a terabyte is just really not enough when you're looking at doing recordings and stuff and trying to make like long form content for YouTube. So you could either do that or you could get yourself a network attached storage instead. So instead of having to use a USB port to download things to an external hard drive, you could just, it's possible that your router, a lot of modern routers and modems have USB ports so that you can attach network drives via USB for additional storage. So you get yourself like a SATA USB storage device and just plug it directly into your modem. And then you would be able to, move video files via your network from your computer to the storage and back. Some other network options that you might have. I don't know what the overall computer layout is in your home. But there's a program that I use because one of my monitors got fried, so I've got an old laptop that I use for my my chat right now. And so I use a program called Mouse Without Borders so that I can use my keyboard and mouse that are plugged in on a USB to my main computer. And then over my network, I can use that same keyboard and mouse on my laptop. So my laptop is connected to my keyboard and mouse through my network, but my computer and mouse is plugged into the computer that I'm actually playing on. And so for some reason, I need to get onto my laptop while I'm sitting here. I don't have to like move forward and use the trackpad and all that stuff. I can just punch in the hotkey and switch over to that laptop and manipulate it in any way that I need to. But it also helps you maneuver files and stuff like that, so you can get programs that you can use to locally remote control your other machines. So if you have another computer or something like that that maybe has a big hard drive that you would like to use as a storage device, you could do some stuff like that to do that. I don't know. There are a lot of solutions that you could kind of look into. Just kind of dependent on what your existing hardware situation is in your home. And you just kind of piece it together a little bit at a time. There are a lot of software solutions to things that people primarily think of as hardware problems, though. A lot. Even for using like second monitors and stuff, there are programs like I use. Hang on, let me go look for the name of it. I use a program called See Through Windows. So my mute button is a big ass button on my computer screen. And so that See Through Windows program allows me to put it in the forward of my view on my primary screen. But I can't click it. It's completely it doesn't register my mouse clicks. I just click through it. So my mute button sits in the top left of my screen so that I can see when it's on and off. And then I have a hotkey on that turns it on and off. And so I can see it, but then I can see right through it because it's slightly opaque. So if there's information that you really, really need that you want to have all the way on your front screen, right? You don't want to have to look to a second screen for it. You can use that to do that. And you could honestly, even because of something like that, if you really, really needed to, you could totally stream on just one monitor, right? You could get your chat on some sort of a really blank background and then change its opacity and put it up, you know, in the side of your primary window. And then it doesn't show up on your it doesn't show up on your stream because it's a totally different window. I've gotten a little off topic, but I was over here just having a good time all by myself. And this nerd had to come over and start getting in my way. Go away, nerd. Go away. Nobody even likes you. I bet even your mom doesn't like you. Let's see, where am I at on logging? Ooh, I'm about to hit level 10. Nice. Once I hit level 10, we'll move over to gathering up gray logs. We'll get about 1,800 of those, which will be dope. By dope, I mean super obnoxious to have to do. We gotta get that furniture up. Gotta get that furniture up. Life without crafting is no life at all. this person's like trying to compete with me or something. Like there isn't just an infinite amount of these resources out here. All right, we got 10. We got to level 10. Now I don't have to argue with this dude anymore. There's only like a billion places he could go to get trees and stuff.
This is no ordinary product. It is something truly unique.
Alright, gather up my slate. Make more slate. Gather up my fiber or my cloth. Make more cloth. What I don't have is the ability to make lumber, which is sad. Let's look at crafting furniture here. Do I have any furniture that I can craft? Should have some right in here. I do. Let's see. I can make 4 of these. Not sure what they are. But sure. Let's see. I make 4 of these. I get 12 XP per. So I'm definitely going up to level 2 furniture crafting. That feels good. That feels good. All right. It's log gathering time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and... Oh, no. Never mind. I'm going to need to do something about all of this crap. Probably just trash it. Can I dissolve this stuff? No. If I trash it, does it just go away? It does. That's too bad. It doesn't seem like a lot of this furniture stuff is going to have any sort of like breakdown value, salvage value, or anything. But I'll be right back in just a second here. I got to use the restroom real quick. All right, we back. Let's get teleported out here. And let's go harvest all the logs. All the friggin' logs. we should get a lot more per grab. So I did some of this stuff yesterday, and I was not getting great amounts of logs. And so I decided to give up. But now that I'm level 10, I should start getting a lot more like we did when we got to level 10 on our fur gathering. We started getting a lot more. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. We're not going to get a ton of XP this way, but we're not here for XP because we're already in level 10, so we're already getting the highest. We already have the ability to get the highest tier of gear, or tier of resource, which is that blue tier. So we don't have to care about our XP anymore on this. It's just about getting the resources so that we can turn it off like a light switch. Sorry, got distracted. So that we can do our refining. Brain's a little all over the place right now. We're just going to run around gathering up all these trees here. Just ignoring these wolves. They don't do anything to me. I guess I could kill them if they attack me so that I could maybe get leather. But I have enough fur, I think, to level up. That I'm not terribly worried about it. Because that's what I'm trying to do right now, right? I'm trying to get everything leveled so that I have the ability to make some decisions about what I want to do as far as crafting and stuff is concerned. And then, do a little math, figure out, what's the best route, and then make a plan for, a daily or a weekly amount of resources I want to gather so that I can maintain, because I want to keep my refining going all the time, right? So we need to be making 24. No, 12. Yeah, we need to be making 12 blue materials, blue refined materials of each of the types every single day. So there's 4 types, so we'll be making 48 blue materials a day. And so we need to decide, what are the types that we need to be making. And then we need to figure out, how many of the grays, how many of the greens we need every day of that. Because that's all we get, right? We just get 48 blues a day. There are some refining speed ups and stuff that you can get. So we'll also be looking into that. And see if we're actually going to use those for something, or are we just going to, when we get them, we'll use them, and that'll just be extra resources, right? Or do we save them and use them at the end of every day? So, if I don't want to have to wake up exactly 8 hours, or if I don't want something to go wrong, then, maybe I could use like an hour worth of speed ups and then start another set. And then that way, even if I wake up an hour late the next day, I still technically got my three 8-hour things in. Oh, the game's worried about me. It's reminding me that I've been playing for a while and it's healthy to take breaks. Isn't that cute? All right, what are we looking at? We're already at 146 logs. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The sand is honestly probably going to be one of the harder ones to get, but I am level 13 in mining, so I should get a lot of sand as I gather. We'll do this. We'll do this wood, and then we'll go back and we'll do some more refining, and then we'll go start getting some sand. We'll find a good spot, get a bunch of sand, and then once we max out the sand, that's the last gathering we have to do. At least for getting our refinings up to the first couple of levels. And then it'll be just about every 4 minutes hitting those refinings again until we refine down all the materials. And then we'll go, we should have enough of a lot of the green materials because you do get some green materials as you go. We'll have to go and, get a bunch of greens, get a bunch of blues. We'll probably gather blues because if y'all remember when I was gathering blue stone yesterday, I was primarily getting green stone with just a little bit of blue stone. So at least for now, I imagine when I start getting higher and higher levels, I don't know if level 15 or level 20 is probably the highest. But as I start getting higher and higher levels, I'll probably start getting more blues and less greens. So we'll gather blues to level up and get our greens as we go. And that'll allow us to refine up the greens. White rock. But yeah, that'll allow us to refine up the greens, and so we can get into blue refining, and then we'll start refining up our blues. But once we start refining up, which is good, because goodness gracious, doing all this stuff one at a time every 4 minutes can kiss my ass. Although, honestly, as much as I'm getting of all these resources, I might be able to just go ahead and do it that way anyway. And even though I'll get half as much XP, it might just be easier to deal with. I don't really know. Are these gatherables? They kind of look gatherable, but they are not. That's the other one, is I really need to work on my foraging. The foraging is important for cooking. So I'll have to work on foraging, I'll have to work on fishing. We got a lot of work to do on our resource stuff. No. You aggroed the wolves, you tank them. You pull it, you tank it. I'm not helping you at all. Did my stream just crash again? My stream did just crash again. Why does it keep doing this to me? Stop it. It's actually probably because I left my web browser open. My computer doesn't like it when I'm streaming and my web browser's open. Too much network activity for my shitty little network card. I've only got 2 more months before I have to really look into getting a new computer. Or I'm going to have to stop streaming. I think I'll probably be able to make it happen. Now that we've kind of changed how we do ads and stuff on the Twitch, I think we'll be alright. But we'll see. It'll be weird to not be using NVIDIA GeForce Now anymore. And be playing things natively on my own PC. It'll be super weird. Yeah, we're almost up to 400 already. What's up? Getting them logs. Come here, you devil log. Bow now, girl, look at that body. Bow now. I don't know why that song's jumping in my head, but it is. Oh, so me and my older brother were talking last night, and TikTok is a pretty huge, like, cheeky little recipe spot for ridiculous food. But one of the things we've been seeing a lot lately was people baking potatoes or like putting them in an Instapot like we do and cooking them to where they're kind of mushy and then smashing them and then frying them into like little pieces of bread basically. And so when we were kids, we used to eat these things like little bagel bite things, but we would get English muffins and then put, cheese and marinara sauce and pepperonis and stuff like that on them and put them in a little microwave oven and cook them down. And so while we were talking last night, we had kind of that same idea, but instead of putting them on an English muffin, what if you mashed down a potato like that and fried it and then, put your pepperonis and your cheese and your marinara sauce on top of your potato and turned your potato into like a little pizza bite. Something I'm gonna have to try at some point. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water though. I think it's a pretty exciting idea. Because who doesn't want a potato pizza bite? Or the other thing I was thinking was like a breakfast sandwich. So you could like cut one of those potatoes in half and mash it and kind of thin them out a little bit and then fry them up or put them in an air fryer or whatever. But then you do yourself up a fried egg and, whatever else you want, bacon, cheese, whatever you would normally put on a breakfast sandwich. And then you put it between two pieces of potato, like bread, and then eat that bad boy like a sandwich. Basically, I look for as many ways as I possibly can to not eat fucking bread. Because I don't like bread. Bread's gross. And I think that mashing a potato down until it looks like a slice of bread or can function like a slice of bread is maybe the most genius thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I wonder if a peanut butter and jelly potato would taste good. You know, I've been eating peanut butter and jelly tacos. What about a peanut butter and jelly potato? It doesn't sound super good to me, but you never know. You never freaking know. Girl, look at that body. All right, what do we got? Hey, we're up to 500. We got 50 more minutes until it's time for another boss. I'm actually kind of getting hungry. It's been almost 4 hours, a little over 3 hours. We might be taking a little lunch break here in a second. Started talking about food, started realizing I was hungry. In fact, I think that's definitely what we're going to do. Let's go find ourselves a spot where maybe there's not a wolf that's going to attack us. We'll hang out right here while I go get myself a little something to eat. I'll be right back. Right, we back. We're back. I'm in a really fucking good mood today. I don't know why. But everything feels good. Ooh, so tasty. All right, lunch is done. Let's get out there and gather up some more trees. Hi ho, hi ho, it's off to work we go. I'm chopping trees to make some dough. Hi ho, hi ho, hi ho, hi ho, hi ho, it's off to work we go. We chop the tree and lay it low. Hi ho, hi ho. Who's this nerd chopping down my trees? My trees. Get your shitting out. No tree for you. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. He was looking kinda dumb with his finger and thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Back to the rules and I hit the ground running. Wop. Chopping trees. I don't know if I'm going to make it to 1800 trees before it's time for the next boss. I'd like to. If I can make it to 1800 trees before the next boss, then I'll probably be able to make it to 1800 sand before the end of the stream today. And that'll give us the ability to sit and chit chat while we do a little refining. And then by tomorrow, we should be refining greens, which will mean not having to sit around waiting, which will be super dope. And then we'll get back into, some regular stuff. Probably burn the rest of these tokens. Hopefully by tomorrow they have the freaking hopefully by tomorrow they have the freaking queue fixed so I can actually queue up for the tier 3 dungeons or tier 4 dungeons, the epic dungeons. Because I need to spend those tokens. We'll make some more currency this week. We definitely want to buy the new battle pass. I kind of skipped like a whole battle pass, I think, while I was playing New World, which makes me a little sad, but whatever. But we want to buy the new battle pass. We want to buy the Laslan's battle pass because I want to buy some of those skins really bad, actually. I don't normally care about skins, but The clockwork ones look pretty dope, so I kind of want them. Especially because I can get them with the Laslan Battle Pass currency. So the other skins that are usually dropped with the other Battle Passes, you have to spend Lucent on, which eventually won't really be a problem for me, and I'll probably spend a little Lucent on some skins in the future. But for right now, all of my Lucent needs to sort of go towards my character. And so I'm not really interested in spending it on skins. Skins are a frivolity. It is not required to play the game, and so until I'm in sort of the best place my character can be, I don't want to be wasting, you know? But eventually, maybe we'll start spending some on some of that stuff. There's a lot of interesting things you can get with Lucent. So we'll be looking into some more of that once our character gets built up, which may be sooner rather than later if making this furniture really does have a good impact on our Lucent per hour or whatever, Lucent per week. Because that's really the thing that holds us back. You can only earn so much of your upgrades in a given amount of time on your own. And if you want to upgrade your character any faster than that, you just have no choice but to spend Lucent on it. Which is fine, because I can totally just get Lucent in the game by selling the things that I don't need. But I'd like to speed that up, and I'd like to speed that up without spending money. Not that I don't want to support the game, and I totally would spend money on the game willingly. If there was like a subscription model or something like that, I would totally pay it to play. The problem that I have with the monetization model of this game is that it's very predatory. And so instead of saying, hey, we need money to be able to continue running this game, they've created this very adversarial relationship with their player base where a lot of their time is spent finding ways to make systems more monetizable instead of better. And that I absolutely won't promote. So I probably will never spend any money on this game. And if that ends up meaning that I can't continue to play it at some point, that's fine. But until they get rid of cash shop things that allow you to pay for power, pay to win in the game, I will never, ever again spend money on a game that has systems like that, because it's getting worse. Especially, I mean, you see Ion 2. Ion 2 is looking to have $70 a month worth of battle passes and subscriptions that are going to have, convenience features and features that are going to allow you to have more consistent or more weekly access to things like the Da Vinci's Favor in this game. Allows you to get more access to dungeons and allows you to more easily get all of your dungeon rewards every week. There's just a lot of stuff like that that's coming out in Ion 2. And so while I will, like I said, more than once, I will try that game out, I will not be spending money on it. Because I do not want my money to be promoting a system like that. Because it's fucking gross. And I think you would find, and we talked about this yesterday, and I'm going to keep talking about it because I think it's important. But I think if you published a number, right? If you said, this is how much money we need every month. This is our operating cost, this is our employee cost, this is our incidental cost, and then here's 10% on top of that because we want to turn a profit. If you published that to your community and then didn't have any other form of monetization, right? You just worked and you made the game And every decision that you made was entirely about how can we make this game better, not about how can we make this system monetizable. I think you would make that money. I think your community would donate that money to you. And the reason I think that is because streaming is a thing. People in general, and we know this because of how much pushback we get on the internet when we talk about not supporting a game, when we talk about not supporting certain types of monetization models, we get a lot of pushback from players who are like, well, they've got to make money off of the game. And so we know for a fact that people understand that businesses have to make money to be able to provide services and products, right? That's a very fundamental aspect of our society. And so they're very, very comfortable spending money on things that they use. They subscribe to Twitch streams. They, pay monthly subscription fees for television services. They do all of these things, and they're fairly comfortable with it because it is such an integral part of our society. And I think if you were just upfront about it, like, hey, this is where we're at, this is what we need, these are the numbers, right? This is the breakdown, this is the itemized thing. I think that would be so unique to the industry, but also such a huge show of trust to your player base that I feel like you would absolutely hit your mark every single month. And even then, maybe some more, right? And you get a little UI element, something that's in your main menu screen, right? And it can just be a little fill bar or whatever that says, hey, this is where we're at for our monthly requirements. And you go about it. The other option would be also adding opt-in advertisements, and having like a goal every month, right? Like so many advertisements need to go out every month to reach our budget, or each ad that you receive is worth X amount to our budget. And so you could totally have an opt-in system where you would literally, like, from the game menu, you would say, okay, I'm going to watch an ad right now. And, it's not something that's going to give you anything, right? It's not watch this ad, get a reward. It's not anything like that. It's an opt-in ad system. And it's strictly there to support the game. And so, again, you get that little progress bar. So you take in donations, you have opt-in ads, and those ads could be really, really specific. I mean, your data is out there, right? Your data is known to all of these companies. And so it could be really, really specific to, like, you as a gamer. It would be a really, really high value ad to the company that was advertising there, because A, you're opting into it. And B, we know so much about you. We know sort of where your headspace is at that time, right? We know you're playing a video game. You're playing an MMO specifically. So there are certain computer peripherals and stuff that would advertise really well in that situation. There are other video games that might advertise really well in that situation, but you create an opt-in system. And then that's a way that you can add, 10 cents per ad that you watch or something like that to, and I mean, it would probably be more than that. But you watch yourself a 30-second to a 1-minute ad, or you take yourself an ad break, right? You watch a couple minutes of ads or whatever you want to do. And it just adds to that, that profit thing, or that that monthly upkeep, right? Like we need this much money. It adds to that goal. And then you could see it, right? And you give it a little visual effect, right? Like some coins going up into that little UI element that shows where we're at for the monthly goal. But funding a game doesn't have to be adversarial. And when you start giving things to players for supporting your game, even if it's skins, right? When you start giving stuff out, monetization starts becoming adversarial because you're incentivized as a company to find a way to motivate your player base to spend money on your game. And it's just, you're never going to have the best game you could have when you have that relationship with your player base and with your funding. And so I really would love to see some new ideas coming out. Really would love to see some new ideas coming out. Just trust your player base a little bit, right? And maybe that's naive. Maybe people really do suck so bad that you could never fund a game that way. But I don't think that's true. I think you could do it. It's why I have not monetized. I mean, I've not thought about doing it, but I have considered ways that it could be done. So the little game that I was making and that I will still continue developing, although I haven't for about a month now done any work on it, and I need to get back to it. But that game that I was making for my channel, there are tons of ways you could monetize that, right? Instead of just giving everybody access to all the skills, things like the attackup skill could be locked behind a subscription. Like, you sub for the month and then everybody gets the attackup bonus. It could be locked behind people donating bits, right? You donate 100 bits and you get an attackup bonus. There are all kinds of things that could be done to monetize that, but it's really, really detrimental, I think, to the community when you do that, because you create this sort of class system of, people who are paying for things and people who aren't. And I can't get behind that. Like at all. It grosses me out. I can't even one-shot all these wolves. That's so bad. So bad. Where we at in here? Ooh, we're up to 1,000 already. Looking good. Yeah, I think we're going to make it. I think we're going to make it to 1,800 before it's time to go do the next boss. We got 17 minutes to make a little less than 800 more wood. We're definitely not going to level up again because we're only getting 1 XP, so we're going to have to cut down like 400 more trees. And I don't think we're going to need to cut down that many to get 800 wood, so... La da da. Close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. Whoops. Takashi Sensei's party. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. Tree, 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 cut down tree. The amount that this bear transformation looks like a fucking hedgehog from behind is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know who designed this thing. Or maybe it's supposed to be a hedgehog. Maybe it's not a bear at all. But from the face, it kind of looks like a bear. But it's so hedgehog-like. It's kind of freaking ridiculous, dude. Kinda freaking ridiculous. $14 more minutes before we gotta go to the boss. We still got 500 and something logs to get. I don't think we're gonna make it. I don't think we're gonna make it, but maybe. It's still possible. But it's not likely. All right. I'm going. When I'm doing stuff like this, I have a tendency to forget to like drink and stuff like that. Throat gets all dry and shit. Because it's so active on my hands, right? Because I'm constantly running and moving, and I'm constantly like looking around with my mouse and stuff. I have this bad habit of not drinking any water. whether I'm streaming at the time or not is pretty irrelevant. It happens when I'm just playing too. I do a lot of gathering. It's one of the things that I do the most in MMOs, which is why I'm a little shocked that I never did it in this game. I mean, I have like 400 hours in this game, and none of my gatherings were up. Like at all, which is super strange for me. Especially considering how easy these ones appear to be to get up. They weren't, you know, they've obviously undergone an overhaul. But it's weird that I never did any gathering before. But we're killing it now. We got 11, 13, 10. Only my foraging sucks right now. Foraging is going to be a hard one to get up, I think.
Someone please help me!
10 minutes left. Still need 400 plus. We're definitely not going to make it. That's so sad. Where am I? Here we are. Okay. Got a little lost there for a second. Actually, I think we're just going to go ahead and go back over here. We're going to teleport. Get ourselves back to the city here real quick. Do some more refining. And then go do this boss. Because it's 1700. Yeah, it's about boss time.
Take a gander before you head off on your adventure.
This is no ordinary run. It is something truly unique, something that brings dignity to any
Let's see. Let's make lumber. Claim all of that. Make slate. Claim all of that. Make cloth. And make class. Fantastic. So we need, oh wow, we need 1,800. So 6 rocks make 10. So 1,500 rocks should make enough. Okay, so we're good. We're solid. 1,800 is definitely enough of each of these resources. Because this is 618. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Cool. Ooh, an achievement. Flame reward. I would appreciate the wood. Insert ironic title. We should start achievement hunting in this game. Could be fun. Could be fun. Profile. Let's see, we had a bunch of weird lights. Let's put a little tree around our profile. Looks like I got invited to a new guild. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Revolutions. No. Hang on a second. What did this say? Oh, I have 1 guild coin. Okay. Super duper useful. Not really. Alright. Which boss are we going after here? Pakilonaru. Ooh, level 10 sandstone. Oh shit, son. Run in my bear form. Go, gadget, go. Hedgehog bear. Wow, nobody's here yet. Is everybody going after the other boss? Who's the other boss? Ascended Morica. What do you have? You have a great blade. Da Vinci's signet ring. I actually want this ring. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. Boom. Big tater salad. Their guild name is It's Orban Time. That's hilarious. Look at all that refining getting done right there. There's obviously a way to get 2 more refining slots. I wonder what they are. I wonder if it's as you get up to the tiers. So like when I get to green tier, will I have 5 slots? Because that'd be dope. And then if I get 6 slots, 6 times 2, that's 12 hours. So I'd only have to do the thing twice a day. And that'd be hella dope. Let me in. I want to kill the boss. Let me in. Time to kill the boss. I see you. Come out here. Come out here so you can die. Dun 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 dun. You're gonna die at the hands of all these people in this group. Somebody turned into a horsey. Alright, game. This is the one right here. You're gonna give me... Here. I hate you. I hope that your servers get corrupted, game. That's what I hope. $400 of playtime. Not a single item from a boss ever. I don't even know what to do with myself anymore. It's bullshit, ref. Alright, let's go set this back up here. We claim all those. We make the cloth. We claim all those. We make the lumber. We claim all those. We make the slate. And we claim all these. We make the glass. Fantastic. Time to go gather more woods.
Someone please help me!
Be-do-dee-do-dee-do-dee-do-dee. Be-do-dee-do-dee-do-dee-do-dee. Be-do-dee-do-be-do-dee-do-be-do-dee-do. Be-do-dee-do-dee-do-dee-do-dee-do. Be-dee-do-dee-do-be-do-dee-do-be-dee-do-dee. Dee-dee. I don't think I waited until I cut that tree all the way down. I did not. Whoopsie. I done oopsie goofed.
Someone please help me. Never. I'm getting bored with chopping logs. We need to be done. Just a little while longer, and then we can go mine sand. Because that's better. At least it'll give us a change of scenery. Jackass wolves. Running around and chopping logs. Okay, there's so many wolves around me. I feel like I have to kill them. I might get a bunch of leathers. I did not get a bunch of leathers. That was unfortunate. There were just too many to ignore, though. I had to whack them. Whack them like a bunch of moles. There's another big old bunch of wolves. Hey, got some leathers that time. I think it's totally worth it, probably, to get these leathers. Even though it is going to slow me down a smidge. Go away, wolf. I think that'll be my new rule, is if there are 3 wolves attacking me at a tree, at least, then I kill them and try and get some leather. Anything less than that, I just keep running. And the base keeps running, running, and running, running, and running, running, and running, running. Everybody, everybody, get to it, get stupid. Oh, we got 3 wolves. Bop, you're all dead. Beer near. Bear near. Hey oh, hey oh, hey oh, hey oh. Did I have 3 wolves attacking me there? I did. Ooh, now we're gonna get 4. Yeah. And we get some meat from them, which is honestly pretty good. So that we can maybe do some food crafting. Food crafting, also known as cooking. I think that's going to be my new thing. Is instead of saying I'm going to go cook some food, I'm going to say I'm going to go craft some food. It is no longer cooking, it is now food crafting. Because we need to make sure that in our regular daily lives, we let everybody know that we're a huge fucking nerd. It's very important. I think this person is like intentionally trying to get in my way. They were killing all those wolves. It looked like they were getting leather, and then they were like, fuck this guy, no, I'm getting trees. Very obnoxious. You're an obnoxious person. Thankfully, I only need like 120 more logs. And then we're good. So, I don't have to deal with this person for very much longer. And now we got 3 wolves attacking, so we kill them. And we get no leather. Just fuck me, I guess. I just realized they put the name of these trees in a really weird place because it's way up at the top up there. So I hadn't even been seeing it. Like most of the time, you would think it would be like right above where the interact button was. But it was off in some weird place. Left in obscurity. I don't understand. There are like 7 places to get tier 1 wood. If you want tier 1 wood, why are you literally in probably the only place that has another person getting wood in it? You don't even make no damn sense, dude. You're like intentionally making your life harder. And my life harder. Which I think might actually be the point. I don't know why, but people who gather really hate other gatherers. And they get it in their heads like they think everybody who gathers is a bot. And so they're like, yeah, I gotta combat the bots so that I can gather. And so they start fucking with other real people who are gathering. Oh, hey, we're at 1800. Would you look at that? It's go time, baby. We've only got one more thing that we need to get 1800 of before we can get all the way up. Or so before we can get all of our refinings all the way up to green tier. Then, of course, we have to get it of green tier materials to get to blue tier. Then once we're a blue tier, we're fucking golden, dude. Fucking golden. We also probably have enough resources to make some stuff here. So let's go craft a little furniture. Lumber, iron. Well, we can make one of those. One of those, one of those. That's interesting. So normally each piece required gives you 2 XP. But on these, it looks like you're not getting the XP for the secondary resource. Which is kind of weird. I don't think I like. Because when I look down here and I make these, they just require cloth, 5 cloth, 10 XP. But if I go up here and I look at something that requires 5 lumber and an ingot, if there is anything. What about in the chair department? There you go. 5 lumber and an ingot, you still only get 10 XP. So it looks like any secondary. Yeah, see, here's something. So I can make 2 of these and get 10 XP and not have to waste an ingot. Or 20 XP, I guess. And then we'll come down here. We should be able to make a couple of these. Can I make... Do I have anything that requires 7? Or is it all 8s and 6s? Okay. Well, if there's going to be that, then we'll do that. We'll get 24 more. And that'll take us over into level 3. Which is the highest level of gray stuff. So level 4 is where we're going to start doing the greens, which is great. And then we have to go through level 4, 5, 6, 7. to get to level... Oh, no, there's a blue and a 7 right there. That's interesting. So we got to get through 4, 5, and 6 to get to blue tier. Now, we do need to look into these additives and stuff. I know you can buy them, but it doesn't look like I can buy them just straight out. How else maybe can I get additives? Might need to go back over to here. I don't think I need additives for the green stuff, do I? What do I need? No, looks like just regular resources. As soon as we get into blue, we start needing additives. So we can buy them at the merchant, and that's it. Okay, so it takes 5 additives, it looks like, to make things. We can only buy 12 a week. So just based on additives, we might only be able to make 2 blue furnitures a week. I don't know if any of the blue furnitures don't require additives. We'll have to investigate. That's actually kind of crazy to me. So if I'm only able to make 2 of these things a week, that's very limiting. I'm going to be real limited on the amount of resources I need to get, which is kind of nice, right? Because there's only so much. It also is going to hold down the or hold up, I guess, the cost of things for a really long time, because everybody has this same limit. So there's just only so much furniture that can be made. Doesn't look like there's anything that doesn't require additives. Which is crazy. So we're going to have an interesting time. And this actually makes a lot of sense. Look at the XP that you're getting. 2,100 versus 146. So the fact that you're so limited. If you haven't seen them yet, there are crafting contracts that give additives as rewards. Oh, they do give additives? Okay. So I knew that they were going to give me the life coins that I needed to buy these, but I haven't actually done any of the crafting contracts to see what they give yet. I did buy my week contracts, though. My contracts for this week. So we'll just have to open those up and see what we get out of that. That's good to know, though, BMO. Thank you. And then there was something else. So something I cooked yesterday that I really got a lot of XP for. This healthy milk that requires this protein that can be acquired from from most meat, drying it well, and then adding it to the food. Guarantees an enhanced flavor. So I had a bunch of this. I made a bunch of this milk, and I actually gained a lot of XP. Okay, so it looks like some of these temples and stuff. Or a bunch of orcs. Bunch of spiders. I'm looking for something maybe useful that I might want to kill. Nothing really. Whatever. Because we got to level up that cooking too, because we're only level 13. I think it goes all the way up to level 20 as far as like unlocking recipes. Let's see. Oh, it goes up beyond 20. Oh, and then there are recipes that you do need to acquire. I'll have to try and find out where to get some of these. Because let's see, what does this give? Stamina, movement speed, attack speed. That's pretty good. 40 stamina on use. Stamina regen, soul and bonus, weapon mastery bonus. Fishing mastery bonus. Ooh, I kind of want that one. Yeah, a lot of stuff to go in and get there. The crafting in this game has gotten significantly more complicated than it used to be. Booyah! More lumber. Booyah! More slate. Booyah! More cloth. Booyah! More glass. Alright, let's find a good level 1 sand spot here. There's one that's kind of out of the way over there. I like the idea of that one that's kind of out of the way. Not really near any teleports. Yeah, we're gonna go get that one. Let's go ahead and put a little marker here. Can I put a marker? Oh, thank you. I think it's up on the other side of this mountain here. Okay, game. Here is some moonstone. Which gives iron and coal. Interesting. And some gray rock. Neither of those what I'm looking for, in fact. I've come too far. I've tried so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Okay, game. Why are you fucking with me? I thought these fires were... Is it like up on top of here or something? What is going on? Okay. There we go. Okay, we got on the thing. It's not even going to take us anywhere. Okay. do I get up on top of this thing? This is obviously where the sandstone is. Right? I haven't just completely lost my fudging mind, right? There's a gray rock. More gray rock. More gray rock. Hey, there's a sandstone. I mean, this is a great spot because it's got, you know, the iron, the rock, and the sandstone in it. So I'm happy to have found this spot. But since I'm specifically looking for sandstone right now, I just want the sandstones. Hopefully, there's a bunch of them up here that are fairly easy to go around and get. But it looks like there's some gray rock. No sandstone. Oh, here's some. Sandstone, gray rock, sandstone. I only need about 8 or 9 of them in a circle that I can get to keep myself constantly gathering. Like there's one back here. I kind of want them all to be up here. It's just not quite enough. Here we go. I think I can still get up from this way. Yeah, the real trick is, am I going to be able to get up? So there's lots of good sandstone here. I wasn't able to get up from below there. But if I can get up from this spot that I'm in right now, oh, I accidentally got a gray rock there. I don't think I can get up from that one. That's a gray rock. That's a sandstone. So yeah, I guess it just comes down to the viability of getting up and down. Which looks like it's good, so I think we'll be alright. We'll just go back and forth up here. I think we'll come down from that way and then make a circle back up around. Just making sure that I don't jump off the wrong edge. So we'll come up here, we'll get this one when it's here. We'll get all these here, and then we'll go around. Perfect. Thankfully, there's not a ton of time, so you don't have to make like big, huge, sweeping routes to do this. Just a quick little route is more than enough. We got a sandstone here. And then it looks like we just jump off from here right to there. There should be more sandstone right over there by now. We don't jump off there to get that one. We stay right over here and we get these. Alright, it's not perfect. It's a little too short probably. But I think things will be coming back quick enough that we'll at least mostly get everything every pass. And we could stop and get the stone. We could stop and get the iron. that would definitely slow us down. And slowing ourselves down like that would definitely make it more viable. In fact, I will be doing that in the future when I need, more stone and iron as well for making certain crafts. I guess we should see if maybe coming down right here, is there a path this way? Doesn't seem like there is. Maybe I can get up over this rock right here. Yeah, I can. So there's sandstones up here. We've got a gray rock. Looks like maybe not, but then we could come up and we could come over here and just go down this way. It might make for a better circle. Who knows? There's no enemies up here. I mean, this is a great spot. Goodness. Not having to contend with any enemies, and so not losing stamina when I transform and move between nodes makes the whole thing much, much faster. I was losing stamina when I was out there with those wolves, and just any time you get hit, right, you start draining stamina when you're in your morph. So not having that be a problem, pretty nice. Yeah, this is a pretty good little route, I think. And especially, like I said, when we get further along. Oh, there's not just a stone up here, there's also an iron up here. So once we get further along and we've got everything all kind of set up, we'll be able to come through here and pick up all of that stuff. And it'll definitely take the full amount of time. And that'll mean that just every time we come back through, we'll pick up every single bit. And that'll be great. We've solved our basic tier stone, sand, and iron all in one fell swoop here. There's less iron than everything else, which is a little unfortunate, but I honestly don't know how much iron we need. It seems to be more of a secondary resource for a lot of the crafts. So it might not matter that there's not a ton. Do need to learn to get over that jump easier. Right now it's not really even important. I might just come over the top right here. Down onto this one. Whoops. Where's our sand at? Sand's right there. All right, 176. This one's probably going to take the longest right here, because there's the fewest number of nodes. There's the most travel distance between nodes. We're having a hard time consistently picking up. This is almost definitely going to be the longest one. Which is a bummer. What's this little... Ah, the boonstones, okay. Okay, so we got 2 hours and 15 minutes until the next boss and the end of the stream. Hopefully in that time we can get enough sand, and then I'll spend just all night doing refining every 4 minutes. It won't be fun, but I'll do it for y'all so you don't have to watch me do it tomorrow. And then we'll just need every 40 minutes to do greens, and that'll be fine. We can get back to playing a little more normally tomorrow while we build up our refined resources. Why am I almost dead? I just took some sort of weird fall damage or something. And almost died. No, I'm dying. Like, actively taking damage. What in the holy crap is going on? I don't know that I've ever been this confused in my entire life. It's definitely fall damage. Guess I need to be careful. And jumping off of too many things and going to cause me to die. That's crazy. I honestly didn't even know this game had fall damage. I feel like I never really take any. But like right here. Yep, I've definitely been taking some fall damage. And jumping off of that rock over there has been causing me to take some fall damage too, I guess. Crazy. Oh, probably I was taking fall damage here too, jumping off from up there and landing here. I mean, I'm taking thousands of fall damage from relatively small drops. There must be something weird about how the game registers elevation up here. Because there's no reason that I can think of that I should take that much damage from the falls that I've been doing. Those flying morph transformations are just so unnecessary. It's so weird. Doesn't quite feel like it flows right. We'll get better at it though. It'll be fine. In the meantime, we're up to almost 400 sand. Dope. Guess we can go read this real quick. Might as well. There will maybe come a time when I feel like getting all of those. It is not today, though. But since it's here, I'm going to be running by it a bunch of times, so might as well get it. Getting most of our HP back. That's nice. Can't believe I had to almost die before I realized what was going on there. All right, honestly, we've been gathering too much today. I'm getting a little tired. I think it's time to play a battleground or two. It's literally all we've been doing today is gathering. And after about 5 hours, my brain gets fried. So let's go play some BGs. I can't wait until there's a ranked mode. I'm gonna dominate. Register. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bow. Guess while we're waiting, we'll go ahead and keep going here. Ain't no sense in wasting that time. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It ain't warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. She's always gone too long. Anytime she gone away. Oh, this is too bad. Being stuck in the same view and not being able to, like, use my camera to look while I'm waiting. Because this whole minute, I could still be gathering, you know? Especially because a lot of times people don't necessarily click the button the first time. What do we got here? Free to play, free to play. Wolves of War, Wolves of War. There's a Wolves of War on the other team, poor guy. Ooh, 2 Wolves of War on the other team. Looks like they got to play against their teammates. So sad. This one might end up being a blowout in favor of my team. Which, I mean, I do need some wins. Because I do need boxes. But I still don't really like blowouts, even when I'm on the winning side. Let's see, combat coins, I've only got 2. Digga-digga-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Digga-digga-da-da-da-da. Hey, we got our speed capture. Nice. Good job, teammates. Jesus. What a fucking joke. Hey, we got our speed capture again. You don't have speed capture. Damn. I didn't realize the mid had gotten as overrun as it had. Been spending a lot more time in the mid this game than I normally do, which is fine. It's different, but I normally spend almost all of my time on the outer edges. The mid got all the way overrun. Holy shitballs, dude. Why are we were kicking everybody's ass, and now we're just clumped up at the fucking spawn again. Why does this keep happening in game? Just go somewhere else, you clowns. My goodness. You can't be that dumb. We were winning 3 minutes ago. What are you people doing? Just throwing the game away. Because you refuse to not fight on top of your fucking spawn. Bunch of brain dead dipshits. That was pretty entertaining. I'm so sad. At this point, like, it's definitely the developer fault that games always dissolve or break down into one team just camping the other team at their spawn. But also, something is about to happen. I'm about to get. Oh, I'm like inside of some mission or something now. It's the PvP over this spot. Well, that's annoying. It's in my way. How obnoxious. So it is the fault of the game itself that it always devolves into that. But also, it is 100% the fault of the player base. Stop fighting in your spawn. It is the most useless you can be in that game mode, is fighting in your spawn. Because you're actively helping the other team if you fight directly outside your spawn, because you're keeping the fight at your spawn if you do that. So anybody else on your team who spawns in is now just immediately in a disadvantageous fight because you kept the fight there. Even if you die, trying to get away from spawn will pull people away from your spawn and will allow some of your teammates to get a little bit of an escape so that they can, fight somebody somewhere else or capture a point or, literally anything. But if you fight at spawn, you might as well be on the other team. And it's obvious, right? Like, that's basic strategy. Don't fight at a choke point where you don't have control over how many people are going into that choke point. And so when you're playing in a random match like that, right, you have no control over people staying and grouping up for like a big push, because you totally could, right? That choke point doesn't hurt in an organized fight nearly as bad, because everybody just stays in the spawn until everybody revives, and then you all push out together as a 24-person group, and you'll probably have the numbers advantage. But that's virtually impossible to pull off in a random game. And so you're just trickling in, right? You're going into a series of fights where you have a drastic numbers disadvantage. And then you're perpetuating that by continuing to fight there for everybody else on your team. And so even if you're not, and so a big part of it is, the time to kill in this game is extremely short. DPSs are at a huge disadvantage in that scenario. I totally get that. You're not going to survive very long. You're not going to get very far. But if even a couple of you leave at the same time, then there's a chance that somebody's going to get away. And if that person can then, we saw it all the time. Nemanja used to do it. And he was a DPS. And he would go and get just as many caps as I did in those games. And it was because he would just try and fly away. And every time we would capture a point, it would pull enemies from the other team away from our spawn. And then our spawn would start to get an advantage and maybe get some kills and all this stuff. So you just got to keep doing that until it becomes uneconomical for the opposing team to just keep running it back to your spawn point. Right? You've got to capture enough points that enough of them have to pull away that they can't maintain that camp. And it should be, right, the devs should just fix it. There should just be multiple exits. You should be able to fly far enough out without getting attacked that it just doesn't matter. And it just shouldn't even be possible. You shouldn't just be able to camp the spawn like that. But since you can, and since obviously they're not going to fix it anytime soon, because it's been a problem since the first day, you've got to learn to play around it. And it's not a difficult counterplay, right? You just go somewhere else. Just stop being there. And if you die, then you try again. And if you die again, then you try again. Because you're always being more valuable if you're trying to escape the spawn than you are if you're trying to kill people on the spawn. Right? You're not getting any points. You're not, you're not doing anything but just feeding the other team points and position. It's so bad. Can this war be over? It's getting in my goddamn way. Why do games think that wars should exist in the open world? Just make it an instance. I don't need to be having my day inhibited by some stupid PvP thing that I'm not a part of. What is even going on? I'm going to keep doing that too, because my brain is already like in this route. And so I'm just going to keep freaking trying to go open those sandstones that I can't open. Because I'm a dum-dum. Because I'm a freaking dum-dum. What do we got over here? How much sand are we at? No way. Oh, that's fine sand. Okay. I was like, no way are we only at 150 sand. That sucks. But it's 150 fine sand. That's fine. We're at almost 600 sand, which means we're about a third of the way there. Where we want to be by the end of this. Hey, it's over. I can do my gathering again. I don't know how to help people learn how to play the battlegrounds either. I guess I just need to keep putting out more videos. Maybe with a little less condescension. Might go a long way. But just my own personal lack of community, lack of growth as a content creator doesn't. Me making a video means that like 8 people watch it. And that's not really helping people learn. But I guess if I just keep plugging away at it, Eventually something will happen. People see it. But that one thing is causing so many people to lose so many battlegrounds. And to lose them handily. Like where it's a total blowout and it's just not even any fun to play. And that's not good because the battlegrounds will die that way. And so even though there need to be some legitimate changes to the actual battlegrounds layout itself, we can at least still have a lot more decent fights if people would just break away from the spawn a little. And I think that would just be good for everybody's mental, just kind of in general, because it's so frustrating to get pushed back into your spawn and then that just be the end of the game. Because we were really close, right? We were like 44 to 38,000, and we were up at 44,000 in that game. And then something happened, the tide turned, they pushed us back into our spawn, and then half of my team never left the spawn again. Like that general spawn area. They were just there fighting. And there were a couple of really strong people who were getting lots of kills and stuff in there on the other team, but they can only attack one person at a time. And so my teammates were just kind of like standing there lining up, basically waiting for their turn to die as they all tried to fight these stronger people that they couldn't kill. And all you have to do is force those people to have to go move around, right? Because then you increase their time to kill by forcing them to locate targets. Instead of just having all of their targets just sitting there, falling out of the spawn, waiting to be dead, you force them to have to go move around and find a target. And so you drastically limit their efficiency. So even though they're significantly stronger than you, you don't have to feed into that. You don't have to help them kick your ass. Are they going to kill you every time they find you? Absolutely. But you don't have to go look for them, and you don't have to go stay near the spawn and just line up in a nice pretty line waiting to die. Because this game is pay to win, right? So if somebody spent more money than you or somebody spent more time than you and they have even a decent build, they're going to beat the crap out of you in a PvP environment. That's just the way it is. You can't escape that. You can't change that. There's nothing you can do about that. You're going to lose that fight. But you could play hide and seek, you could play keep away. You can, run around and be objective focused. You can seek weaker enemies on the other team. Just like there's always somebody better than you, there's probably always somebody worse than you. It's pretty unlikely that you are the worst player in Throne and Liberty. So, they're hunting you down to kill you because you're weaker than them. Go hunt down the people on their team weaker than you. Or find somebody on your team stronger than you and hang out with them. So when that other strong dude comes, you guys can kill him. Maybe that's something. It's pretty hard to know the CP of your allies, but maybe that's something we should start focusing on in the pugs for Battlegrounds, is if you're a really high CP, or if you're a healer, maybe just posting something up in the region chat so that people can identify who the people are to rally around. Because that's a huge part of it, is you can really multiply the power of one of your stronger players just by being around them, taking a couple of hits, or, finishing off a kill, or, putting a little DPS down on somebody so that they can get killed, or hitting somebody with a couple of debuffs, or getting a good CC off, or, there's a bunch of things that you can do as a low CP player that have infinitely more value when you're standing right next to the strongest player on your team. And so even if you're extremely weak, identifying one of the stronger players on the enemy team, going and hanging out with the strongest player on your team, and then if that strong player on the other team ever shows up to a team fight, just beelining for that person, even if you die, if you get the CC off, that's huge. Because the time to kill in this game is virtually nothing. So as soon as that person is CC'd, that can just be game over. I mean, even the really basic CC that I do, I see it a lot when I end up in groups and there's a little bit of fighting going on, and I throw out a little shove, or, I just knock somebody around a little bit. Just that little bit of time where they're not in control of their character is enough that my team usually puts them down. And it's possible they would have won all those fights even without, me CCing that person. But and I don't even have any super good long-term hard CCs. All of my stuff is just pushing and pulling people. Not sleeping or stunning or petrifying or... Hey, we almost 800. Fuck, this sand takes a long time to get. I was right, though. Because of how much longer sand is taking to get than everything else, it is definitely going to be things that requires glass are going to be much more valuable than a lot of the other craftables. Because it's just slightly more difficult to deal with. And that's all it takes, right? It just has to be the most obnoxious one by a little bit, and then just nobody will do it. We are going to have to go ahead and reset our GeForce Now session here in a minute. We still have an hour and a half until our boss fight, our last boss fight. And the end of the stream. Hopefully, I think that time is enough. I should get all the way to 1800 sand. I don't actually think I need to get to 1800. I need to get to 2400 XP. And so that's only 1400. But we're going to go way above and beyond that. Just because that will keep me in those resources for a really long time. It'll give me something to do all night tonight, I'll just be sitting over here every 4 minutes, restarting my freaking refinings like a jackass all night. I've got enough to make 300, so that's going to take 300 minutes. 300 minutes is 5 hours? Yeah. Yeah, so we'll just be sitting there for 5 hours. That's what my night's gonna look like. I really hope that the game goes down for a little maintenance tonight. And that they freaking fix this Q thing for the epics in the trial. I am so sad to just be losing tokens right now. It is killing me. Right at about halfway there at 900. Just a little bit more. That's just a gray rock. That's a sandstone. Man, my tinnitus is getting so bad. Somebody's up here now taking my freaking stuff. They might just be getting the iron. But they might also be getting my sandstone. And then I'm going to have to fight them. I'll fight you, dude. I will flipping fight you. Get up here. Dum-dum. You don't even know what the route is. My sandstones. Oh, he is over there taking my sandstone, you little shithead. What a little twit. Shit's on my timer, Hoss. This is my route. Spacebar is not F. Holy crap. I know how to click the keyboard. So many sands. Gonna make all the glass I ever can. So we'll have about 300, maybe more. We'll actually get another 10% probably, so we'll probably get about 330 of each of the resources. Which means I don't know exactly how many of the lower tier resources it takes to make each of the next tier. I think it might be 2. Maybe it's only 1. But that will mean, you know, quite a few of each of the resources after that. Because I can only make 12 of a blue resource in a day. So even if it takes like 8 of a lower tier resource to ultimately make 1 blue, or, you know, 16 or whatever, because I can only make 12 in a day, you know, you're looking at needing only like 100. At 16, you would only need 186 or something like that of the lowest tier resource to make 12 blues a day of the refined. So I need to go and do a little math on it. When we get done here, we go back and we start doing all the refining. We'll do that. But hopefully, I can just spend like a couple hours a night, or even like 1 hour a night, gathering some resource. And that'll last me, you know, like the whole week or a couple of days of refining the higher tier materials. It doesn't seem like I'm going to have a problem getting enough of like the fine sands and the soft fur and stuff like that. I got quite a bit of that just getting the lower tier materials. I imagine I'll get even more getting the higher tier materials. But I think we're okay there. We'll have to find some more places where I can get good materials of a lot of different types, right? Like being able to get stone, iron, and sand here is really good. If I could find somewhere where I could get like, you know, wood and leather and something else, because there are 8 different types of, no, sorry, 7. So wood is used for paper and logs, so you don't have to get 2 different things for that. And then you've got iron, obviously, for the metal. You've got stone for the slate. You've got sand for glass. You've got clay for clay. And then you've got fur for fabric. So you need somewhere where you can get like 4 of the things and somewhere where you can get like 3 of the things. And then you're good. Oh, and then leather for leather was the one that I hadn't said. There's 2 different things that you can refine for each refining type. There's 4 refining types, and wood makes 2 of the things. 7 total things that you need to gather. And that's of all tiers, too. They all have gray, green, and blue. At least I think they all have gray, green, and blue. I guess it's possible the paper doesn't, but I don't know. It seems like I'm also going to have more than enough to level up my furniture making to the green tier at least. 'Cause every time I close my eyes. $1,200. Only 600 to go. 2/3 of the way there. What's up? It's actually going really well. Going pretty quick. But we do need to go ahead and reset our session for GeForce Now. So let's do that because I got to use the restroom anyway. So we'll put the Be Back Soon screen on here. We'll exit out the game. And I'll get it started loading up again, and then I'll go use the restroom. By the time I get back, it should be all good to go. It's good. Weird, my streamer.bot isn't connecting. This whole time, it just hasn't even been connected. There we go. That's annoying. All right, I'll be right back. All right, we back. Boop. Back to gathering up them resources. Got another 6 hours. Goodness gracious. Gray balls of fire. You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. What kind of love drives a man insane? You stole my will? Oh, what a thrill. You know what game I've been getting an unfortunate hankering to play lately is League of Legends. I really hate. So Riot is coming out with an MMO in the future, and I'm hoping that it has the same control style as League, because I really do like the top-down, click to move, QWER skill kind of system. I'm a big fan of, ARPGs and stuff like that with that system, like Path of Exile, Last Epoch, those types of games. So I'm really looking forward to potentially the Riot MMO coming out and having that control scheme. But something that really bothers me about the the Riot games in general is their Vanguard anti-cheat system, because they can't ever get on GFN. And just in general, I think it sets a bad precedent. So I haven't really played any of the games, any Riot games, since Vanguard was added to League of Legends client. And I'm pretty worried, and I assume that the Vanguard anti-cheat is also going to be in their MMO. And I'm not going to play it if it is, because fuck that. But I've been getting kind of a, I played League like way back. I played League before I joined the Navy. And I joined the Navy 15 years ago? 17 years ago? I was 24 and I'm 39 now, so 15 years ago, yeah. So I've been playing League for a long time, and it's been a while since I've played. And this is honestly probably the longest stretch I've ever gone without at least spending a week or two playing. But it's just such a good game. The controls feel so good. I don't know. It's always been sort of the peak of those games for me. I've played a few of the other ones. I played Blizzard's game when it first came out with a friend. I played a little bit of Dota, Dota 2. And all of those games, it's weird because it's all the same control system, but it's something about the pacing of those other games that I just didn't quite like. League just really nailed the pacing, I think. Where we at here? 13, almost 1,400 sand. A little over 400 to go. Oh, yeah. And one more hour. Right? Is it one more hour? Yeah, one more hour. Until it's boss time. I can feel it. I'm going to get something this time. This last boss today is going to be it for me. I'm going to get something. And it's going to be the best day. I'm going to throw a flippin' party. So it looked like that person's name was Masked Ferret, which makes me wonder if it could potentially be pirate software. Would be kind of a cheeky, like, trying to be incognito, but not really because my name kind of gives it away. Could also just be somebody who has a ferret. I kind of thought the same thing. Um, while we were playing New World, we ran into that person out in the free-for-all zone. Their name was Big Damages. That's always something that Lazy Peon is saying whenever he's reviewing a game. Oh, come on, big damage. So I thought that it could potentially have been him as well. I understand that, a lot of times people make names based on their favorite big streamers. And so the likelihood is that it wasn't the streamer themselves, but a viewer. But I don't know that I've ever run into, I guess the only really big streamer that I've ever actively run into in a game and knew was way back when when New World first came out. Pink Ward was actually in one of our first wars after the launch of the game. My guild that I was running started a war, and I didn't even know the person was Pink Ward, but they came and joined, and we added them, and they were streaming the war while we were playing. We got our asses beat. It was pretty gross. But I think that's the only time I've ever known for a fact that one of the big streamers was actively around. And then, of course, back before he was as popular as he was, I'm pretty sure Baggins was on the Valhalla server way back when New World was brand new. But I'm pretty sure he started streaming with New World, so... I wonder where he's gonna land after that's all over. I think he's still making content for New World. I don't know if he's streaming New World still, but I know he's still making a couple of videos. I wonder what game he'll migrate himself to. I feel bad for that dude. He played that game through good times and bad times, constantly making content. So many hours. And then right when the game really looked like it was going to be picking up popularity, and that was going to be huge for his channel because, he was the most popular streamer who consistently did New World content. And he had been doing it for so long. I mean, he knew basically everything there was to know about that game. It was going to be huge for his channel. And then they were just like, oh, by the way, fuck everyone. That would have been a huge breakout moment for him, though. Not that he's not already done a really good job of growing his channel, but... 250 more to go, and we're done. We'll be at the point we want to be at. That's not too bad. Put myself in a position to get all of my refinings leveled up pretty far in just a couple of days. I mean, there's only 3 tiers of refining in this game. So the fact that I'm going from tier 1 to tier 2 across all the refinings in basically one day is not... There have been... I mean, New World was way more egregious than that when it came to leveling up your gatherings and refinings. It took days. Fucking Albion Online. Oh my gosh. If that game, that's another game that I need to go back and take a look at, because they've got orange zones now where you don't drop gear, I don't think. I think you just drop like resources. No, but I need to go back and take another peek at that game. Because if they can get rid of some of the bullshit losing all your stuff all the time. Yeah, no, I won't be taking another look at that game because their whole system relies way too much on stuff being trashed and stuff like that when people die. And so you don't really have the option to take away the full loot PvP systems in that game at all. Because if you do, then you just get massive inflation. Because you've created a crafting system and an economy that requires that constant outflow of resources. Yeah. Yeah, that game will never really hit the spot for me, I don't think. I would play something like it. So there are a couple of things that Albion does that I think are fucking awesome. Like the black market, I think is probably one of the coolest things ever. Because, you know, the enemies, when they drop stuff, and chests, when they drop stuff, they drop things that people made, people crafted. I think that's brilliant. I think that might be the most brilliant thing I've ever seen in my life. And so there's very little stuff generated by the system itself, right? You get silver that drops from enemies, that's generated by the system. You get books, you know, your gatherables obviously are generated by the system, but all the gear is crafted by players, even the stuff that drops out of chests and things. And I think that's really interesting and super cool. And so if instead of having a system of items trashing, you know, if you wanted to have the scale of economy that they have in that game and you wanted items to constantly need to be getting replaced or replenished, if instead of using a trash system based on dying, if they had just a regular old durability system, I would be much, much happier about it because it would be more even. Right? The amount of resources you needed would be based on the amount of time you were playing instead of the amount of resources you need being based on how often you were dying. Because the resources you need to collect and the resources you lose per hour in that game is directly tied to your skill in the game. And so the less skilled you are and the less often you play, the greater a percentage of your time you spend grinding out, trying to get the resources and stuff for your gear. And the better you are, and the more time you spend playing the game, then the less percentage of that time, and in some cases, the percentage of time you spend is so little that it's even less than the most casual players, because you're getting a lot of your resources from your enemies, right, from those kills. And so it creates this really, really negative feedback loop for casual and unskilled players, which I am one of, right? I'm not very good at Albion because I haven't played enough of it. And so I lost a lot. But you have to be in like the top 70, in like the top 30%, right? You have to be better than 70% of the players to be able to consistently be making profit by going out and PvPing and going out into the PvP zones and playing and stuff. And the reason for that, or at least be making any sort of good profit, I guess you could still make profit, but the reason for that is every time you get into an engagement, if you're only winning 50% of your engagement, so if you're only 50-50, then you're not really making a bunch of profit, right? You're losing too much. But because there's a percentage of players who don't go out into the PvP zone, into the black zone, and that percentage of players is the low percentage of players, right? The worst percentage of players, because they lose so often that it's just completely pointless for them to go out there. You're always playing against sort of the top, say, 60% of the player base. And so you have to be in the top 50% of that top 60%. So you have to be a really good player to be making any progress out in those zones. And it's just a really negative incentive. It doesn't, and then you have, your best players. I mean, I forgot what his name was, but there were a couple of really hardcore PvP Black Zone Albion players who stream, who are just fucking phenomenal. And they go out and they engage with 2 or 3 times as many people an hour as I do, maybe more, right? They're constantly fighting. If they see somebody, my impetus or my what's the word? My reaction, I guess, is the best word I can think of right now. My reaction when I see another player is to run. Because I'm not going to win necessarily 50% of my fights. And so I'm only getting into engagements when either I see another player who's in a really bad position and who I think I can maybe get a quick little cheeky kill on, or they catch up to me, or I can't escape them, and so I have to fight. And some of those others fight just all the time, right? Like they see you, they fight you. And so they're much more prolific than me, but that's what the best tier of players is, right? That top 5 to 10% of players is just constantly fighting. And so they're a really outsized percentage of the combat encounters. And so honestly, you even need to be better than the top 30%. You really need to be like the top 15 or 20% to really be making profit out there in those games. And it's just really hard. Plus, you add into the fact that not everything drops. Some stuff gets trashed. So even when you win, you only get a little bit of stuff. But when you lose everything. So you really do need to be winning more than 50% of your engagements even, which is totally crazy. That's why I liked New World's FFA zone. was I never felt like when I was losing that it was mattering. And of course, I was pretty good at the 1v1s out there, so I didn't lose a ton. I was definitely in the top 15 to 20% of people who went out there on any sort of consistent basis. And so I got sort of the benefit of that. But I also didn't feel like killing people didn't benefit me a lot when I was out there. I didn't get a ton of stuff. Fighting was just kind of this thing that happened while you were in the FFA zone. It wasn't really a point to me, because the rewards that you were getting for killing people were just some resources and some doubloons. And that was, that was what I was gathering out there anyway. And I was getting, honestly, more of it per time just gathering it than I was killing people. So it just wasn't that effective to kill people for the resources. Which I think made it a lot. Oh, yeah, we're at 1800. We're done. We're done with the gathering for now. We have all the resources we need to get at least to tier 2 on the refinings. Maybe even into tier 3. We'll probably have to go get some more greens, but we might not have to get any more grays to get to tier 3 in all the different types. But now we gotta claim all these and make some more. We gotta claim all these and make some more. We gotta claim all these and make some more. And we gotta claim all these and make some more. Let's take a look at our furniture here. We've got enough lumber to make a couple. We've got enough cloth to make a couple. We'll probably just hang out with it. A straw bed or a comfy bed. Let's see. 9 and 5 is 16. Nope, 9 and 5 is 14. Yeah, so this is cheating you 2 XP. So it should be 28. When everything's cost extra resources, you get way less XP per resource. Whenever there's a second resource involved, that's kind of crazy. I don't like it. Let's see, to get to tier 4 in the furnishing, or to level 4, which is what we need to get to the green tier, we need 375 more XP. I get 2 XP per resource, so I'm going to need to spend 150, 137, 138 refined resources. Should get me, no, -3, so 135. Yeah, 135 resources. No, 185. Yeah, 185 resources should take me up to level 4. Which we're definitely going to get. Because we're going to make 300 cloth. We're going to make 300 slate. We're going to make 300 lumber. So we'll probably use 90-something lumber, 90-something cloth. Because I can make those just straight up ones. Right, like this requires 10 cloth, gives me 20 XP, great. I can make 9 of these and get just shy of 200. And then I'll find something, I've got the there you go, the brooms. These can give me 10, so I can make 18 of these. And that'll give me everything else I need. Then we should be good to go. And then we'll be green tier on all this stuff. We'll be green tier on our furniture crafting.
You find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit. You've likely found the right one.
Gotta get that glass in. I guess we could also be making paper, but I don't think any of the furniture just requires paper. I don't, like, there's no books or anything. Do any of these even require paper? What do you use paper for?
Care to admit you've likely found the right one.
As far as I can tell, you don't use paper for any of the crafting furniture. But surely there's got to be something. So these give you 1,000. These right here with the decoration scrolls give you even more XP. So that's something we'll have to look at too, is make sure we're using things with furniture and decoration scrolls. So we're getting even more XP than just with the additives. That'll be important. I guess that's something else we can look into, is let's look at, we're going to make quality lumber. It's going to require 4 regular lumber. So that's 24 wood per log. That's funny. In the same amount of processing time, I'm only getting an additional 10% XP. In that same 10 minutes that it would take me to get 100 XP with regular lumber, you get 10. It's going to take 10 minutes to get 110. And then on this one, okay, then it's 2 hours to get 1,500. But we get 1 XP a minute. No, we get 10 XP a minute. So 2 hours is 120 minutes. So you're getting an extra 300 XP when you make the blues over what you would get here. But up to that point, you're not really making a whole lot in the green tier. That's interesting. We need to make more lumber. Claim. Need to make more slate. Claim. Need to make more cloth. Claim. And we need to make more glass. Claim. Looks like we tiered up to level 3 cloth making. So we're level 3 blacksmith. We're level 3 tailor. We're pretty close already on this one, it feels like. Let's see, we need 1,500. You get 10 a minute. So 150 more minutes. We'll be tier 4 in the blacksmith. Only 2.5 hours. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, my shit might be about to crash. We getting some fuzziness. It's real fuzzy. Come on, game. You can do it. I believe in you. Don't fuck with me now. That's so weird. These sounds are off. If you watch the seconds tick down and listen to the audio, I don't know if y'all can even hear the audio. I'll turn it up.
You've likely found the right ones.
But if you look at the timer, it's not in line with the ticking. That's really fucking annoying. That's funny. Why would you not? Like, I almost feel like you had to program it intentionally to be off like that. Or maybe it's tied to the frame rate instead of the time. I don't know.
If you find yourself holding on to it
I
longer than
don't
you care
know.
to admit, you've likely found the right one.
But something about that is super off. Super obnoxious. And now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it. It's gonna drive me crazy. Also, all this fuzziness is gonna drive me crazy. What's going on, dude? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We got 30 minutes until the next boss pops.
You find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
As boring as it will be to just sit here doing this, it is kind of important that we go ahead and do it. Because we want to get all of this stuff up. And we don't want it to take any more time than it has to. And then we'll go beat another boss, and then we'll be done for the day.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
Wasn't paying attention. Oh, I accidentally made. That's annoying. Accidentally made boxes of cloth instead of just cloth. I don't like these boxes of things. The fact that you get half XP is annoying.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one. If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
I can't stop looking at that timer and listening to that sound. I'm losing it.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one. If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
Oh shit, Tar Pudding's getting new versions, and one's human. Fucking Tar Pudding.
If
Okay, that's fine. We can make a leather. No big deal.
Care to admit you've likely found the right one. If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
Make my stuff faster.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one. If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've
Oh,
likely found the
I
right
accidentally
one.
made a lumber box too. Gosh dang it. No. I hate you. This game is ruining my life. Just make the thing I want. These boxes are so in the way, dude. I'm so annoyed.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer
So
than you
freaking
care to
annoyed.
admit, you've likely found the right one.
It's almost worth it to me to make the boxes so that I don't have to sit here for fucking 4 minutes at a time, though. And just pay attention for hours and hours and hours. Let's see if I can get it right this time.
Holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
Holy crap, I think I got it right this time. Last one. Oh, look at that. So good. So good at this game. Oh my god. There we go. Let's go ahead and make some of those. That should give us 60. Yeah, 60 XP. Nice.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer
And then we'll go back up here to our furniture.
found the right one.
Make a shitload of brooms. And that should give us 80. Yeah. Hey, we're already almost halfway there. If I was able to use the rest of my materials. Ooh, I can use some materials here. What do we got? Leather? You got a 9 leather. Let's make a tea set, sure. Let's go back up here and let's see about some leather stuffs. Leather pouch. Leather bag. Let's make a leather bag.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
Dope. I don't get bad, I get even.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
Lumber. Make more lumber. Make more slate. Make more other things. All right. Hey, we're about to be level 3 making glass here. And we're about to be level 3 carpenter. That's very exciting. And we're going to be level 4 here soon enough.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
Oh, I just read Guild Wars 2 apparently has over 10,000 players on Steam charts for the first time ever since New World shutdown news. That's crazy. Obviously, they don't just have 10,000 players. That's just 10,000 Steam players concurrently. You know, they had a proprietary launcher for a long time.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
But that's kind of cool. You love to see it.
If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one. If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one. If you find yourself holding on to it longer than you care to admit, you've likely found the right one.
Alright, it's time to go get this last boss in. Make sure I did all these right. I did. And then let's go get her done. This is going to be the one. Right here. Right now. We are going to get a piece of Blood Moon. And I'm going to use said piece of Blood Moon to make a stupid amount of currency. This is happening right now. Let's go Dagon. I'm like floating ever so slightly. I guess everybody is. That person isn't. Oh, I'm also not when I'm right here. So there's just something about like this area over here. Oh, yeah, where you like float. And then when you come over this way, you like don't float anymore. Floating. Not floating. Maybe, nope, still floating. Still floating. Invitation to join a guild, Shadow Elite. Oh my goodness, no way. Did I really get an invite? Hey, I don't know if y'all know this. I don't give a fuck about your guild. Don't just invite people to guilds. You absolute trash can. You're not doing yourself or anybody else any fudging favors. None favors. Ba da da da. Ba da ba ba da da da. Ba da ba da bow. So many minutes of waiting. I wanna fly like an eagle to the sea. I like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. Oh my god. Stop inviting me to your trash guilds. I don't want to join you. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Can there please be an auto decline for freaking guild requests? Can't come to any public content without fucking 10 people sending me a guild request. And you know they're not being discerning about it. Because I'm not like a good candidate, right? I'm like My power is trash. I'm only 6,400. So they're just inviting everybody. That's not going to help your guild, dude. All right, time to kill this little nerd. All right, it's that time. Give me an equipment chest. Fuck you. I'm never gonna get a piece of gear from these freaking bosses. This is so stupid. I freaking hate it. 'Cause it's so stupid. At least we get runes. That's like the only reason for me to be going to these boss fights anymore, is to get some runes. But yeah, that's going to be the end of it, ladies and gentlemen. Today was a super boring day for both you and me, but it had to get done. We had to go gather those resources. I will do what I can to get all the refining done tonight, so that tomorrow we can actually play the game. And again, hopefully they get the thing fixed. Oh, we have 81. We need to do something with that. We'll do that tomorrow. Hopefully they get the queues fixed sooner rather than later, so that we can actually go in and do epic tier dungeons. So yeah, I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all at the regular time tomorrow, which as of now is 3 p.m. Eastern time. So we can get in on that 1300 boss fight, and then 1300 for my time, right? 1500 for Eastern. But we want to get in on all those boss fights. So 3 boss fights a day feels pretty good. But yeah, I'll see you all in the next one tomorrow. Have a great day.